Warcraft Invasion of Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276 I, the Son of Odin, Am Threatened? Part 1. Shield is really awesome. In less than a day, a base covering an area of more than 10,000 square meters was built in a desolate ghost place. Although there are no fixed buildings at all, only simple sheds and obstacles, it is not easy to mobilize such a large amount of materials. Anyway, the Shield Bureau will definitely not be able to do it. It seems that it is time to expand. Lao Wang nodded secretly. The two bases in the afterlife and Kunlun are being built in an intense and orderly manner, and the speed is not slow. The aliens and Kunlun people will be the main members of the base, but it is far from enough. The scale of any base is similar to that of the Shield Trident headquarters. At least thousands of people are needed to operate, and professional talents from all aspects are needed. They must be introduced from the outside. As the incidents of the Hulk, the Abomination Bronski, and the Thor continue to ferment, the whole world will realize the importance and irreplaceability of the Shield Bureau. The Security Council will definitely increase its support, and various countries will also try every means to squeeze people in. Lao Wang decided to give them this opportunity. In the face of absolute power, all conspiracies and tricks are meaningless. No matter how many people come, no matter who they are. If you are a dragon, coil up for me. If you are a tiger, lie down for me. The car drove to the checkpoint and was stopped by the special forces of SHIELD. Please show your relevant documents and cooperate with the inspection, ma'am. The special forces soldier acting as the gatekeeper held an automatic rifle and said sternly, please all of you get off the car. Looking at the black muzzle of the gun, Miss Jane turned her head helplessly. Wang, you seem to be a weak director. Old Wang rolled down the window and handed over his documents. Extraterrestrial threat, strategic defense offensive. Director of SHIELD. Sorry, sir, I have to ask my superiors for instructions. The guard saluted hurriedly. Are you kidding? He is just an ordinary special forces soldier with a limited status in SHIELD and only level 3 authority. This base is already very powerful, with several level 7 and 8 agents, and a lot of level 5 and 6 agents. Although it has been established for less than a day, there are not many high-level configurations in the world. But the person in front of him is the director of the SHIELD, who is on par with Director Fury. He is a big shot, and not someone he can mess with. Of course, Shield is Shield, and the Schengen Bureau is the Schengen Bureau. No matter how powerful Director Wang is, he is still an outsider. Letting him in is equivalent to dereliction of duty. This kind of thing is not something that a small follower can decide. It is better to let the people above receive him personally, so as not to implicate me if something goes wrong. A voice with a faint smile sounded, no need, his identity is fine. The Black Widow in a black uniform, twisted and walked slowly, attracting Jane's attention. This person. So beautiful. Good figure. So mature. So attractive. The key is the look in her eyes when she looks at Director Wang. Why does she feel so familiar? A woman's intuition tells her that this person is definitely a strong enemy that is difficult to defeat. Miss Jane instantly felt Alexander. Is this person here to steal men? Although Wang is not my man, I can't let other women take him away casually, right? Jane entered a fighting posture in a second. Agent Romanov. Lao Wang waved his hand, motioning Black Widow to get in the car, and then said with a smile, thank you for the efforts of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers. You have worked hard. We will need your continued cooperation in the future. Black Widow walked up to Lao Wang. Her breath was as fragrant as orchid, and her eyes were as bright as lightning. Was it really you who fought with that hammer yesterday? You are stronger than everyone thinks. Lao Wang smiled. I will refresh your perception of me again and again, and this is just the beginning. Black Widow turned her head. Her electric eyes swept over Eric and Daisy, and stayed on Jane for 2 seconds, smiled slightly, and then looked at Thor. Are you Thor, the son of Odin? She smiled at the corners of her mouth, but she was nervous inside, and her first impression was not very good. This man. He smelled of alcohol, behaved casually, and didn't stand properly. Although he looked a little handsome, he was not better than Captain Rogers. His breasts and buttocks were not perky, and his height was average. He didn't look like the Thor in myths and legends. Is he really a prince of a legendary country? You know me too. Thor looked her up and down, his eyes lit up. You are very good. Your arms and thighs are very strong. Your lines are smooth, and you feel very powerful, not as weak as other women on Earth. You are very strong, just a little worse than the little girl from Asgard. Black Widow, Jane, Daisy. Is this the aesthetic of the Asgardians? Only strong people can be recognized, so primitive and animalistic. In addition, a little worse than the little girl from Asgard. Are you sure this is a compliment? The three of them rolled their eyes, and Thor felt so innocent. That's right. Although you are stronger than the people on Earth, you are far worse than the Asgardians. In fact, I have lied, and this is because you are a woman, so my attitude is already very good. Where are the others? Lao Wang quickly changed the subject. Agent Carlson went to the nearby town to evacuate the people. Captain Rogers is in charge here temporarily. He is guarding Thor's hammer inside. Black Widow said. Barton is also there. Lao Wang nodded. Let's go and have a look. They soon came to the center of the base and saw Thor's hammer. Lao Wang instantly sensed a full of resentment and didn't understand why this little hammer was so arrogant and complaining, like a woman in the boudoir. We don't have any relationship, okay? You are just secretly in love with him at most. Director Wang. Seeing Lao Wang coming, Captain America hurried over to greet him. After all, in terms of status, he is at least 2 levels lower than Lao Wang, and his strength is also 2 levels lower, and Lao Wang is his savior. Hammer, my hammer. A few people here are still being polite, and Thor has already rushed towards Thor's hammer. Before others can act, an alloy arrow shot in front of Thor, and then a cold voice sounded. If you dare to move, I guarantee that you can't leave this room. Thor hurriedly stopped and looked forward. A man in a black uniform appeared at some point, carrying a quiver and a compound bow. He is very strong, stronger than the woman just now, and more dangerous. With my current physique and state, I may not be able to beat her. Wait. I, the son of Odin, the future master of the 9 realms, was threatened by the Majordians, who have the worst physique in the 9 realms, and, was I really threatened? Agent Barton, he is not an enemy. Lao Wang introduced with a smile. He is Thor, the exiled alien crown prince. Hawkeye's response was very calm. I will keep an eye on him. Lao Wang nodded, and said no more. Hawkeye is an amazing agent. He has his own persistence and deserves encouragement. Seeing Thor eager to try, Lao Wang smiled and made a gesture of invitation. Brother, don't blame me for not reminding you that things may not go as smoothly as you think. If you are hit, I will lend you a shoulder. Thor laughed. Haha. Mjolnir is my hammer, and it has long been integrated with me. I will take back my weapon. What is there to worry about? No problem. He strode over, like a triumphant warrior returning home to see his wife. Chapter 277. Teach you how to become a king step by step. Part 2. Father, Mother, Loki, Sif, Heimdall, the 3 warriors, the people of Asgard. Your crown prince, the future king of Asgard, the son of Thor Odin, is back. At this moment, Thor seemed to hear the cheers as big as the mountains and the sea, saw the millions of people of Asgard flocking in, and felt their eager eyes. He heard the thunderous drums of war sounded again, heard the horns of the expedition and the triumphant songs of victory, and even saw the scene of his ascension to the throne. Power is like a cloud to me, but I'm the son of Odin. Father, you are tired. It's time to rest. I will bear the burden of Asgard. I will watch over the peace of the 9 realms, and I will maintain the peace of the universe. I will conquer the world in the future. With great excitement, Thor grasped the handle of Thor's hammer. Then he exerted force suddenly. Crack. Backache. Look at Thor's hammer again. It didn't move at all. PFFT. Miss Daisy laughed out loud in a very impolite manner. Feeling the strange looks from Miss Jane and Professor Eric, she waved her hands innocently. It's none of my business. Don't you think it's really funny? PFFT. Okay, I won't laugh. PFFT. Jane shook her head. This little girl is still too young and her sense of humor is too low. PFFT. Eric turned around and covered his mouth, his cheeks shaking. Black Widow's beautiful eyes wandered, thinking that this person must be here to make fun of her. Could it be that this person is an actor that Director Wang invited from somewhere? Hawkeye almost didn't hold the arrow on the string. Captain America's hips couldn't help shaking. Ahem, you sprained your waist, right? Stand still, I'll fix it for you. Old Wang sent a stream of true energy through the air to help Thor relax his muscles and bones, repair his injuries, and help Thor calm down. This kind of thing can't be rushed. This is not right. Thor was dumbfounded. Mjolnir, it's me, your master. We have been together for 1,500 years. You are in me, and I'm in you. We have long been one. I swore to you that we would never be apart in this life. How could you abandon me? How could you ignore me? Mjolnir was motionless, helpless. I didn't want to either. I have always been loyal and ready to respond to your call. But the problem is, it is useless for me to recognize you. You have to meet your father's standards. Otherwise I can't do anything. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Thor changed from one hand to two hands, pushed the ground with both feet, bent his legs, and used his hands, eyes, arms, elbows, waist, legs, and feet at the same time. 1,500 years of training made his movement superb, and the strength of his whole body was mobilized in the most perfect posture. His body was like a bow, and he stood like a pine tree. Although he was deprived of his divine power, although he did not recover the strength of triple density due to weakness, he should be able to lift even a heavy motorcycle weighing half a ton. Why can't I lift you? He didn't believe it, and continued to pull and struggle with Thor's hammer. After 5 minutes, he knelt on the ground with sweat all over his forehead. Plop. Boundless frustration surged into his heart. Have I been abandoned by my father? Have I been abandoned by my hammer? Have I been abandoned by Asgard? For Thor, what is the most important thing? He was deprived of his divine power, but he was not desperate. He was thrown to the earth, but he was not desperate. He lost his father's recognition, but he was not desperate. But now he is really desperate. For him, the most important thing is the hammer. It is his symbol, the source of his power, and everything to him. Without the hammer, am I still the god of thunder? I'm nothing. This is not only the loss of power, but also the collapse of ideas. At this moment, he lost his direction, his faith, and all the strength to support himself. Thor was lost, and a thought appeared in his mind. Maybe my father just wants me to be an ordinary person? Maybe this is my destiny? Are you really going to give up, Thor, my brother? A hand was placed on Thor's head and gently rubbed, and the old king's voice sounded. Feeling the strange energy entering his body, Thor felt better. The king is really my good brother. He is the only one who cares about me at this time. I don't want to, but what can I do? I'm exiled. Have you ever thought that, if Odin really exiled you and denied you, why would he throw your hammer down? Such a precious artifact is thrown away just like that. Don't you think there is some deep meaning in it? The old king persuaded. Thor was unmoved. Precious? There are several artifacts like Mjolnir in my father's treasury, and if he wants, he can order the dwarf king Etri to make a dozen of them at any time. The universe lacks everything, except stellar debris. The old king. What he said makes a lot of sense. Well, an artifact that can be crushed by Hela at will is not that precious, no matter how precious it is. Lao Wang had no choice but to give a further hint. Thor, you don't have a child, so you may not understand the idea of being a father. For a father, a child can always be forgiven, and I understand this very well. Jane was stunned. Wang, you already have a child? You are only 19 years old, right? You already have a child? Who did you have a child with? That Agent Romanov. She has such a good figure. She doesn't look like she has ever had a child. Don't interrupt. Lao Wang glanced at Miss Jane and continued, I think the reason why Odin threw the hammer down is to give you a chance to pick up Thor's hammer again. But I can't pick it up. Thor continued to be frustrated, sat, and wanted to cry. This person, once he gets stuck in a dead end, there is really nothing he can do. If it weren't for Odin and Heimdall who were always watching, he couldn't go too far. Lao Wang really wanted to take Thor to the laboratory to brainwash him, and he didn't believe he couldn't handle him. That's because you didn't meet Odin's expectations of you. Lao Wang really had no choice but to give a spoiler. You know I'm Iron Fist. My predecessor, the first generation Iron Fist fanfare, is Odin's friend, so I also have some understanding of Odin and this hammer. I tried it before, and if I want to pick up this hammer, I need Odin's approval. He cast a spell on the hammer. Captain Rogers can prove this. Captain America nodded. Yeah. I picked up the hammer before, because I got Odin's approval. What? You picked up my hammer? Thor was completely sad, his fists clenched, his eyes widened and red. You picked up my hammer? No, this is impossible. How can a mortal lift Thor's hammer? I can't lift it now. Captain America was not scared, so he was not afraid of this. He shrugged. It doesn't agree with my philosophy. I don't want to do what it wants, so it ignores me. Thor's eyes slowly lit up. I told you. This is my hammer. Of course it only recognizes me. Then, how can I get my father's approval? Thor asked earnestly. I don't know about that either. Captain America looked innocent. I just picked it up like that. It seems quite simple. Thor. This man looks quite honest. How can he be so mean? Tell me what I understand. Lao Wang interrupted. Thor, you are a man who is going to be a king. Think about what it takes to be a king, such as strength, courage, wisdom, kindness. Lao Wang said more than a dozen nouns in a row, and Thor became even more confused. But I have all of these. The group of people around him all stared at him. Brother, do you have any misunderstandings about yourself? Which of these abilities do you have? Forget it. Some things can't be explained. You can only know them after experiencing them. Lao Wang continued to rub Thor's head. Brother, I will help you get Odin's approval again. The process may be a little painful, but the result must be good. Thor nodded silently. This is the only way. King, the immortal Iron Fist, Ancient One's friend, director of SHIELD, my brother. His words should be credible, right? Agent Romanoff, please arrange a few rooms for us. Lao Wang helped Thor up, always feeling that he was helping the last emperor of Shu. Compared with Odin, this buddy is indeed too young, several orders of magnitude worse, and each generation is worse than the previous one. Brother, you have to hold on. Infinity War is still waiting for you to get the MVP. Physical age and mental age are two different things. Although Thor has lived for 1,500 years, according to the average lifespan of Asgardians of 5,000 years, he has not yet reached the age of 30, and this buddy has good physical development, but his mental development is indeed too slow. He is just a rebellious bear child. People do not grow without falling. Setbacks are the ladder of human growth. Thor has always been smooth sailing. Although he has experienced many wars, he has an overwhelming advantage every time with his innate divine power, just like a flower in a greenhouse. After this failure, he should be a little more mature. Should, right? Chapter 278 I've been watching you. Part 1. Although the base had just been established, it had everything it needed. Ludin was ready for a protracted war. Anyway, he didn't have to go into battle himself. Thor, who was in a bad mood, pulled Lao Wang to drink. Anyway, he was free, so Lao Wang pulled Captain America, Hawkeye, Black Widow and a group of people to drink together. Everyone had a good alcohol tolerance. After 3 jars of Huadio, those who needed to go to the toilet went to the toilet, and those who needed to lie on the ground lay on the ground. Thor continued to cry and complain with snot and tears, occasionally bragging about his glorious years. This guy has a good alcohol tolerance, but the problem is that no matter how good it is, it's useless. The stomach is not a storage device. After a whole jar of Huadio, the bladder can't bear it at all, so he can only run to the toilet. Lao Wang suddenly had an idea and looked up at the sky. What's wrong? Miss Jian, who had been paying attention to Lao Wang, realized that something was wrong. Director Wang's eyes were so deep, as charming as the starry sky, as if he wanted to suck me in. Oh, I'm so scared. Old Wang smiled and said, someone is coming. As soon as he finished speaking, Captain America walked in with a serious face. Director Wang, a strange energy fluctuation has been detected. Someone has illegally entered. Thor brushed past Captain America and went into the toilet to flush. The people of Midgard are quite smart. It's really convenient. His Royal Highness sighed as he flushed. Is there no toilet in Asgard? Do you like Midgard so much? A voice sounded. It was Captain America. Captain Rogers? Didn't you just go out? You're back so soon. Your bladder is not good. Look at me, I only come once in such a long time. Thor knew who was coming by the voice, and instantly turned on the mocking mode. Yes, the people of Midgard are indeed quite smart. There really is no such convenient toilet in Asgard. Another voice sounded, somewhat strange and familiar. Thor's excited water flow split into two, one upward, one downward, and one sideways spray, almost wet his pants. He shook himself, and turned to look at Captain America. Stop pretending. What are you doing here, Loki? Captain America suddenly transformed into a man in a suit, with a gloomy expression, that showed an unconcealable madness and evil charm. Seeing that it was really his brother, Thor was so excited, that he grabbed Loki's shoulders and shook him. Is it related to Asgard? Let me explain to my father, that it's not what he thinks. Father is dead, Thor. Loki took a step back calmly, and used magic to remove the water stains on his shoulders. Thor couldn't help but move his lips. His eyes widened and then narrowed, and he was completely dumbfounded. What? Father is dead. The extremely powerful Odin, the Odin who shocked the entire universe, is dead. How is this possible? Father was already old, and your exile broke his heart, depriving you of your power, and cursing Mjolnir consumed a lot of his strength. He fell into Odin's sleep early, and then, he couldn't wake up. Loki looked as sad as he could be. I tried to explain to father, but he didn't listen. He hoped that you could pick up Mjolnir again, and take over the throne, but you couldn't. Brother, there is no time. The frost giants are planning a war, and Asgard needs a king. It can only be me. Thor opened his mouth. I was deprived of my power, and expelled from my territory. Now you tell me that my throne is gone. What are you doing? Well, we are all family. It doesn't matter who is the king. So, can I go home? He asked, looking so lonely and pitiful, like a wandering orphan. The truce between Asgard and the frost giants includes your exile. Loki looked at Thor, as if he was looking at a stray dog. Yes, I know, but is there any other way? Mother also agreed. Brother. Loki shook his head. My first order cannot overturn father's last order. Thor was silent. Loki, why don't you usually listen to our father so much? It's time to say goodbye, brother. Loki said, the people of Asgard are still waiting for me to go back. I'm sorry, I can't do anything. I should say sorry, Loki. Thor was heartbroken and tears were streaming down his face. Thank you for coming to see me. Goodbye. Loki turned around and walked towards the center of the base with a faint smile. No one could see him, as if he didn't exist at all. Mjolnir. He walked to Thor's hammer and reached out to hold the handle of the hammer. It is said that Thor is like Odin when he was young, with the same violent temper and strength. They both have the strongest physique and the strongest power in the entire Asgard. They have been favored by Asgard and are born with divine power that others can only dream of. As the second son, Loki is more like the queen of Asgard, Frigga. Frigga has always been described as the goddess of love and beauty and the goddess of fertility. In fact, she is also the goddess of war and the goddess of magic. She is the most amazing magician in the entire Asgard except Odin. Loki has been learning magic from Frigga since he was a child. He is much smarter than Thor. In just 1,500 years, his attainments in magic have reached a level similar to that of his mother, far exceeding any secret master on Earth except the supreme sorcerer. But he has never been recognized by Odin or the people of Asgard. Everyone thinks that Thor is the legitimate heir, which makes him very unwilling. Originally, he was just unwilling. But just a few days ago, he went to the kingdom of frost giants with Thor, and unexpectedly found that he was not afraid of the other party's frost spells. After physical contact with the other party, his skin turned into the other party's appearance, the same coldness, the same weirdness. At that time, he was just suspicious. But when Odin fell into a deep sleep, he went to the treasury to get the frost giant's artifact icebox. After touching it, he finally understood. I'm actually a descendant of the frost giants. Odin was asleep, and perhaps only a few people in the entire Asgard knew the truth. He went to see his mother Frigga, and got the answer. It turned out that in the war 1,000 years ago, Odin defeated the Frost King Laufey, and took away the icebox. He was also ambushed by the opponent, and lost an eye. In that war, he took away not only the icebox, but also a baby, the son of the Frost King Laufey. Perhaps because of his old age and soft heart, or perhaps for other considerations, Odin deceived everyone and used magic to disguise the identity, bloodline, and appearance of the baby, announcing that the baby was his second son, and gave him a name, Loki. The identity of the son of the Frost King Laufey did not cause too much trouble to Loki. It is better to raise than to give birth. He has long developed feelings for Asgard, Odin and Frigga. He only wants to prove himself to his father and the Asgardians. I'm more suitable to be king than Thor. Odin is asleep, Thor is exiled, and as the only heir, he is naturally acting as the king, but few people pay attention to him. Heimdall is indifferent, Sif has always disliked him, and the three warriors are hypocritical. Even his mother has repeatedly repeated that she is looking forward to Thor's return. And now, an opportunity to prove himself is in front of him. Mjolnir. I'm the king of Asgard, the master of Odin's scepter and the eternal spear. I command you to surrender to me. Loki used all his strength. Thor's hammer did not move. Father, do you still not recognize me? My dear brother, as long as you are alive, father will never think of me. Then, don't go back forever. Your broken hammer, don't go back either. Loki turned and left. Suddenly he was slightly stunned. A young man who looked a bit like Avani stood in front of him, looking at him with a half smile. You, when did you show up? He sensed a very strong energy fluctuation from the other person. When did such a powerful being appear in Midgard? Could it be? He came from Kamataj. I have been watching you since the moment you came to Earth. Lao Wang smiled faintly. Chapter 279. Speaking of Yin Xiang, who is more Yin Xiang? Part 2. Loki was horrified. What? You have been staring at me, but I didn't know? How is this possible? Even Heimdall can't see through my magic. How can you see through it? My illusion has clearly reached the level of my mother Frigga. Even in Asgard, only my father and mother can see through it, not even Thor. Who are you? You came to my territory and didn't even know who I am. Are there any guests like you? The old king spread his hands and said sincerely, I'm your brother. Call me Brother Wang. Loki. Brother your sister? On the Asgard side, I only have one brother, the one who used to play with hammers, and now wets his pants. On the Frost Giant side, I don't know if Laufey lost some abilities in that battle. Anyway, I have never had children. I'm an only child, the future Frost King. Where did the brother come from? Did he jump out of a stone? Don't get excited, listen to my analysis slowly. The old king said, look, Thor is your brother, right? Loki nodded. Although I don't want to admit it, Thor is indeed my brother. How the hell do I have such a stupid brother? Lao Wang continued, I just became brothers with Thor this morning. Now he keeps calling me brother, which makes me embarrassed. So I'm also your brother, right? Loki nodded. This logic seems to be correct. Wait. No. Thor is still calling his three big fools brothers every day. You can't say that all three of them are my brothers. Two of them are younger than me. For more than 1,000 years, there are at least 8,000 people in Asgard who have been called brothers by Thor. Do I have so many brothers? In addition, even if you become brothers with Thor, maybe Thor is the older brother and you are the younger brother. The average life expectancy of Midgardians is less than 100 years old. You look quite young, probably only 20 years old. I'm more than 1,000 years old. No matter how you look at me, you look like my younger brother. Come on, call me brother, little brother. Loki instantly felt a sense of superiority in IQ. Midgardians, you have low IQ. I'm called the god of trickery in your Midgard. Can you beat me? As soon as Lao Wang saw Loki's expression, he knew that this guy was not easy to fool. Loki was able to play around with the 6 giants of the first generation of Avengers. He was quite smart and lived up to the title of God of Trickery. It seems that he can only fight with force and not outwit. Sure enough, fighting with wisdom is not suitable for me. I will just rush in. I already have a car, so why do I need a bicycle? Lao Wang is not sure of winning against this serious Earth god. I'm not interested in chatting with this guy, so he launched a general attack without saying a word. Lao Wang has not had a head-on confrontation with Asgard yet. He really wants to test the weight of this little princess of Asgard. In addition to other considerations, He did not use too many means, but responded with a punch. Loki, take my punch. Loki smiled evilly and rushed forward with a dagger. This dagger is not simple. It can be called Loki's version of Thor's hammer, and he never leaves his side. It looks very delicate, with complex and exquisite runes on it. It is undoubtedly a divine weapon, and in terms of material and quality, it is not much worse than Thor's hammer. There is also Loki's own enchantment, so it is as sharp as it can be. If it really hits, it is likely that even the purple potato spirit and the Hulk will not be able to withstand it. The problem is, you are a mage. Do you understand mages? How can a mage's weapon be a dagger? Even if you don't use a staff or a wand, it's difficult to learn from Keylethus and Gandalf to make a magic sword. Do you have to be so shabby? Most of Marvel's mages need to borrow energy from a magical entity or an extra dimension to cast spells. This is the case with the mages of Kamataj, and it is also the case with Asgard. Asgard itself can be called a planet or an extra dimension. After all, it is protected by a lot of magic, and its defense capabilities in all aspects are better than Dalaran and Kirazan, and its energy intensity is far beyond the outside world. Every Asgardian has an inexplicable connection with Asgard, and the best of them can directly mobilize the energy of Asgard, which is the so-called divine power. Asgardian magicians usually use this energy, so the closer they are to Asgard, the stronger they are. On Earth, Loki can't borrow much Asgardian energy, which reduces his strength a lot, but he is still not a weakling, and it is not a problem to beat Captain America. The physique of Asgardians is 3 times that of Earthlings. The physique of magicians is often not as good as that of warriors, but Loki himself is also a warrior, and he is the offspring of the Ice King. In terms of physique alone, he is better than almost all Asgardian warriors, including Sif and the 3 warriors. Even if he takes the punches and kicks of the Hulk head on and hits the ground with it as a sandbag, it is difficult to get hurt. This is based on facts. His physical strength is as high as 50 tons, almost twice that of Spider-Man. Coupled with a wide variety of magic, Loki's comprehensive strength is second only to Thor, and is not weaker than the Valkyrie who roamed the 9 realms back then. He is a wizard after all. Although he only uses a dagger to attack at close range, he has actually enchanted silently, and there are more than a dozen in a row, which increase the sharpness and speed, and also break armor and magic and ignore shields. As soon as Loki makes a move, you will know whether it is effective or not. The arrogance of the little princess of Asgard makes him look down on the Earthlings from the bottom of his heart, and thinks that the Earthlings are the most humble and lowly race in the 9 realms, with the worst physique and the weakest strength. In his opinion, no one on the entire earth is his opponent, and his attitude is very high. It can only be said that Odin's discipline is not very good, and his pampering has even become spoiling. In addition, Odin's divine power intimidates the 9 realms. Whether it is Loki or Thor, they have never seen a real big battle or a real strong man. Thor is a bear child. Loki is a wolf child. Out of the caution of the god of trickery, Loki used all his strength. If Thor is the most awesome prince in Marvel, then Loki is the most awesome princess in Marvel. Facing the self-defense dagger that was as sharp as real adamantium, Lao Wang did not dare to confront him head-on. The head-on drunkard instantly turned into a free and easy wine-treading man. Pointing left and hitting right, pointing up and hitting down, Lao Wang was proficient in the art of fighting, and played the little princess Loki around. Suddenly, he slapped her in the face and slapped her more than 10 meters away. The little princess covered her face and climbed up, feeling as aggrieved as she could be. You dare to hit me? From childhood to adulthood, no one has ever hit me, not even Odin, Frigga, or Thor. I will fight you. Loki was about to rush towards Lao Wang with a dagger in hand. If looks could kill, Lao Wang would have been stabbed to death 100 times. Is Loki going to magnify it? The god of trickery in the real world certainly couldn't be as bad as shown in the movie. Lao Wang still had to be on guard, so as not to capsize in the gutter. He took a defensive stance. Then, Loki turned and ran. Oh my god. Lao Wang couldn't help but want to curse Loki's mother. Don't be a coward, I haven't warmed up yet. Let's fight for another 300 rounds. Since you're here, don't leave. Monster, where are you running? Take my punch. Lao Wang shouted in a deep voice, his hands hanging down, his legs motionless. Whoosh. The crimson magic belt flew dozens of meters from Lao Wang's waist and instantly entangled Loki. However, before he had time to be happy, he saw Loki disappear into dots of light. Mirror image plus invisibility? That's pretty cool. Lao Wang took a quick look and found Loki, who had slipped to kilometers away, and pointed his finger. Whoosh! The crimson magic belt flew over again. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 280 Odin Strikes Again, Part 1. At this moment, Loki is no longer the same as before. He is wearing light golden scale armor, a dark green long cape behind him, and a thin face under the goat horn helmet, which looks sharp and mean. Loki, the god of trickery. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. Wearing a set of equipment is naturally different from before. As the son of Odin and the second prince of Asgard, Loki's equipment is all artifacts, made by skilled craftsmen from Asgard and dwarves, with Odin's magic blessing, and later Loki's own exclusive version of personalized customization, which is no worse than Thor's set. Putting on the suit, the attributes instantly increased a lot. The 2.0 version of Loki, whether it is strength, speed, reaction ability, or mental strength and Asgard power, has improved a lot compared to before, at least doubled, directly from the final boss of the 60s to the gatekeeper of the 70s. The overall strength has increased by more than 3 times. Midgard, you angered me. Loki is serious. He was going to run away seriously. Never underestimate the speed of a wizard's escape, especially Loki, whose proficiency has been rising rapidly in his career of being beaten for more than 1,000 years. Lao Wang crossed his arms, not worried at all. With the blessing of the essence of Azeroth, the speed of the Crimson Belt is more than twice as fast as before, not only supersonic, but even close to sublight speed. Not to mention Loki, even the normal Quicksilver can still catch one accurately. In the blink of an eye, Loki was caught up and tied up tightly. However, Loki disappeared again. It was still an illusion. Lao Wang was slightly stunned. This could even deceive me? Interesting. Lao Wang got serious and released all his spirit, reaching the limit that this body could bear. Asgardians get more and more powerful as they get older. Having lived for more than 1,000 years, being a wizard and single, in terms of mental strength alone, Loki is not much worse than the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One, and is much stronger than the Shaman plus Warrior Thor. So far, among all the opponents in this world, Loki's mental power is definitely the best. He is even stronger than Lei Gong and Ud. He is very difficult to deal with. He is similar to those women in Sirima who have been sucking for tens of thousands of years. The body size is also similar. The spirit is undoubtedly one of the most important attributes of a mage. Loki's mental power is close to the limit that Lao Wang's body can bear. Naturally, his manipulation of magic has reached the level of perfection. Although it is just an ordinary invisibility spell, even Lao Wang was deceived. But it is not without traces. Lao Wang covered the mental power and soon found 13 Loki. All Loki looked exactly the same. Although Loki's illusion has little attack power, in terms of authenticity, it has indeed reached the level of a legendary mage. Ordinary people can't see it at all. Even if the secret masters of Kamataj come in person, they probably can't see any clues. No spell is absolutely perfect. Lao Wang quickly formulated a perfect solution. Damn, no matter how fast the casting speed is, it takes time. You are not Dr. Kidney Deficiency, and you don't know the form of Archon. The number of illusions created per unit time is limited. Isn't it enough to destroy them all? Are you afraid that you can't find the real body? Xiao Hong, come on. Whoosh. The crimson magic belt shuffled again, quickly inserted all the illusions, and finally tied up Loki. TSK, keep running. Aren't you very good at running? Lao Wang walked leisurely in front of Loki, humming. I have been in this world for 19 years, and I haven't met such a difficult person. The wizard is the wizard. The Hulk is awesome. The angrier he is, the stronger he is. It's no problem to resist missiles, but he was still played around by the simple teleportation. The wizard is different. He can resist, DPS, and talk back. If it doesn't work, he can run. If the 3 major temples did not have a certain teleportation blockade on the earth, only the wizards of Kamataj could teleport unscrupulously. Loki escaped in a minute and couldn't catch up. These days, it's all about comprehensive strength. Strength, speed, endurance, intelligence, energy, and combat skills. Except for the last one, Captain America's first few items are not high. His physique is about the same level as ordinary Asgardians, but if they really fight, it is not a problem to kill dozens of Asgardians. Why? Isn't it because of his overall strength? The Hulk's individual attributes are extremely high, but his overall attributes are not as good as Loki. If it weren't for the plot, could he beat Loki? Lao Wang had to admit it. If it weren't for the Crimson Magic Belt, although he was confident that he could abuse Loki, it would be really difficult to catch him. Melee mages are so awesome. Loki was extremely frustrated. Mr. Wang, if you have the ability, don't use the belt. How about we compete in spellcasting and knife fighting? Strange. What a broken belt. It's tied so tightly that even my 50-ton strength can't break free, and it doesn't work, even if I borrow the power of Asgard. The key is that this broken belt can actually suppress spells. I can't even cast spells now. How can this be? Loki waved his hand back. No matter what quality your belt is, it can't stop my dagger. However, the Crimson Belt seemed to have eyes, and tied up his hands, and pulled them behind his back, and tied up the dagger as well. One man and one belt started a drag race. Give me back my dagger. Loki was quite strong, but the Crimson Belt was bigger than him, and strong enough to easily take the dagger away. He threw it at Lao Wang, lifted up a corner and waved, asking for credit from the owner. I'll give you credit. The Heart of Azeroth on his neck flashed, and a ray of Azeroth essence sank into the Crimson Belt. This guy felt like he had taken a hot bath, and he was so comfortable that he almost let Loki break free by accident. Don't make trouble, tie him up. Lao Wang scolded him casually, and looked at the dagger in his hand. Asgard products must be top-notch. According to the standards of World of Warcraft, this dagger is obviously of legendary quality. Of course, it is of a relatively poor quality. It is not as good as the Wind Sword or the Egg Sword. The main reason is that the material is hard enough, not much worse than Deathwing's teeth. I don't know whether it is the remains of a star or the legendary metal Uru of Asgard. It is said that the latter is condensed by using the core of a star and the unique magic of Asgard. Although vibranium is known as the hardest metal in the universe, it is not unique. Whether it is Uru or adamantium, it is comparable to vibranium. Thanos' great sword can even break Captain America's vibranium shield, and its hardness is not inferior to vibranium at all. Unlike vibranium, as a well-known magic metal, Uru has a strong affinity for magic, and can carry all kinds of magic, including Odin's own magic. Legendary quality, top demigod enchantment. If it were not for the lack of sufficient spirituality, this dagger might be comparable to Thor's hammer. What a pity. Lao Wang shook his head and threw it into the Heart of Azeroth. This dagger comes from Asgard. Only Asgardians can use it. If it falls on other people, they will be cut off from Asgard instantly and cannot use Asgard's energy. Its value is reduced to half of its original value. Besides, Lao Wang is not a stealth or a magician. It is useless to keep this thing in his hand. It is better to exchange it for something better, such as the stick that he has not seen for a long time. Of course, Loki's dagger is definitely not as good as the monk's artifact. It is much worse. Let's talk about it later. Midgardians, you force me to do this. Loki gritted his teeth and held a golden spear. Lao Wang's eyes shrank suddenly. Loki himself does not use a gun. You don't need to ask to know that this is the legendary Eternal Spear Gungnir, a high-level artifact that is said to have a 100% hit rate as long as it is thrown out. It is a level higher than Thor's hammer and has the ability to open the Rainbow Bridge. It is Odin's exclusive weapon and the most powerful artifact in Asgard. This gun is certainly awesome, but it recognizes its master. If Odin died, maybe Loki, as the second prince of Asgard, could barely use it. If it was to save Odin or Thor, the Eternal Spear would certainly be willing to exert its full power. If it really hit, even a ruthless man like Laufey, the King of Frost, who was no weaker than Thor, would be turned into ice slag in seconds. Now that Odin is still alive, what is there for the old king to be afraid of? Just as he was thinking, he saw a burst of golden light in front of him. Loki in front of him suddenly became taller, giving people the illusion of being the father of the gods. His momentum rose steadily and soon climbed to a higher level, crossing a certain limit and reaching the level of a true demigod. It was like opening a divine power channel as wide as a river. The power of Asgard poured into the eternal spear like a river pouring down from the sky, taking care of the holder Loki by the way. A terrifying divine power instantly locked onto the old king, and a familiar divine thought sounded in the old king's mind. Human, you're going too far. Chapter 281 Rainbow Bridge, Part 2. Father, father? Odin's voice did not appear in Loki's mind. The little princess of Asgard had no idea what he was doing and was being watched by Odin. This might be a test from Odin, or it might just be a test for Thor. It didn't matter. What mattered was that Loki knew one thing very well. Odin was still alive, so he had never been recognized by the Spear of Eternity and could not obtain the supreme power of Asgard, the power of Odin, that belonged only to the king, the power of the father. Now he still didn't qualify. But the Spear of Eternity, which was originally only a decoration, suddenly took the initiative to contact Asgard, obtained the power of Asgard that was 10 times stronger than itself, and opened up the authority to itself, although it was a relatively low authority. What does this mean? Father, I know you still care about me. I know you still have me in your heart. At this moment, Loki burst into tears. What am I doing all this for? It's to get the recognition of my father, mother, Thor, Heimdall, Sif, the 3 warriors, the people of Asgard. Did you see it? My father recognized me. Then, I will continue my plan and get more recognition from my father until I have the same status as Thor in his heart, or even more. Excessive joy can always lower a person's IQ. Everyone has a weak spot. In order to get Odin's recognition, Loki is willing to give everything. The Spear of Eternity shines brightly at this time, obviously with only one purpose, which is to save me and deal with this hateful Majordian in front of me. Then, die. Originally, I only planned to use the Spear of Eternity to scare the other party and take the opportunity to summon the Rainbow Bridge to escape back to Asgard. But now the enemy is weak and I'm strong. It is a good time to bully others. Boom. In the thousands of golden lights, the crimson magic belt is no longer as tight as before, but becomes looser and looser. In the end, it is hurt by the power of the Spear of Eternity and flies back to the old king's waist, trembling. The more powerful force exceeds its endurance limit. If it tries its best to resist, the final result will be only one: fall apart. Loki, who has regained all his confidence, has a proud smile on his face. He held the Spear of Eternity tightly in both hands and activated it. For some reason, the Spear of Eternity did not open up all permissions to him. He had no ability to throw it, and could only use it as a staff or laser gun, but it was enough. The 100% hit attribute was still there. All the golden light condensed at the tip of the spear, and then fired at Lao Wang. At this moment, Lao Wang felt an unprecedented crisis. Damn, Odin, you are going too far. I'm helping you, helping your eldest son Thor to complete the trial. You are actually protecting your youngest son now. You have fallen into Odin's sleep and cannot use your own divine power, so you give Loki the permission of the Spear of Eternity to use against me. Sure enough, whether on Earth or in Asgard, the oldest and youngest are always the ones who suffer the most. You are cheating, believe it or not. I will call for help. Lao Wang hesitated for 1/10 of a second and decided to give up. It is also impossible to trouble the Supreme Sorcerer for everything. His physical condition is not very good. Every time he casts a spell, it will cause damage to his body and shorten his lifespan. The time he stays in this world will become less and less, which is not good. In addition, Odin really hurts this little princess Asgard. It must not be avoided, even if it is transmitted in an instant. The more pure and high force with Asgard characteristics, the level is generally the same as the mana from the Trinity of the Victor of Variants. After being condensed and purified by the Spear of Eternity, this energy became a more special energy, which is the legendary Odin's power. It belongs to the demigod level, and is roughly at the same level as Shao Lao's power. The quality is equivalent. but the quantity is far greater. Crack. Boom. The golden bell shattered inch by inch, offsetting 90% of the power of the Spear of Eternity. The remaining golden light passed through the body, causing the most terrible damage to Lao Wang in his life. Yes. After 19 years in this world, Lao Wang finally bleeds. A drop of blood seeped out from his chest, and was immediately wiped clean by the handkerchief, transformed by the crimson magic belt, and collected by the way. After all this time, only a little blood is left. Lao Wang showed a strange look at the corner of his mouth. Odin. He really just wants to teach me a lesson. Just now, he was warned by the Supreme Mage, and forced to fall into Odin's sleep. The aging lion lost his former majesty. It was also an away game. Under the watchful eyes of the Supreme Mage, he dared not go too far. What a pity. Odin, you still underestimated me. Boom. Loki's first attack failed, and he continued with the second one. You dare to use the same trick on me for the second time. Lao Wang rolled on the ground, and came to Loki. All skills have CD. Before Loki could attack again, Lao Wang straightened his waist, and raised his leg to uppercut, and Loki flew straight out, 100 meters above the ground. Whoosh. Bend down, bend your knees, and kick your legs. The first kick made a crane stretch its neck. The second kick made the rising sun. The third kick made a person's life disappear. Crackling. Boom boom boom. Loki flew to the sky. Loki smashed into the ground. Loki flew to the clouds. Loki fell into the abyss. The golden light on his body was completely defeated. Loki's eyes were dull, and hope was shattered. I have no power to fight back. Father, are you really still favoring me? Why did I get the eternal spear, but I was still beaten? This plot is wrong. It was already night. The wilderness of New Mexico was very quiet. The cloudy night sky was very dark. Only the light from the hammer base illuminated a small area. And now, the golden Loki turned into a small sun, illuminating a large area, and attracting everyone nearby. What is that? Is Director Wang fighting with that hammer again? No, the hammer is not this color. What else is coming from Asgard? Agent Romanoff, Agent Barton, follow me immediately to support Director Wang. The Avengers were dispatched. Thor, who was distraught, looked at the distant human-shaped golden light in the sky, and opened his mouth slightly. Loki? How did he fight with my brother? He has the eternal spear in his hand. He was abused by Director Wang. Thor secretly clenched his fist. Director Wang is worthy of being my brother. He is only a little bit worse than me in my peak state. So handsome. Wait. No, my focus seems to be wrong. Wang, let go of my brother. Let me do it. A group of people ran towards the direction of the battle. Old Wang enjoyed the fun of this violent sandbag. Loki, you can do illusions. You can deceive people. Come on. Odin, you protect your children. You can control the weapons. Come on. I defeated you twice. It feels so good. HMPH. Odin's cold snort came from his mind. With the helplessness of his twilight years in his majesty, he fell into a deep sleep, so far away, being watched by the supreme sorcerer, suppressed by the power of the three major temples, and had to divide most of his power to seal Hela. The connection between the Spear of Eternity and Asgard was cut off by half. The key is that the young immortal Iron Fist is only a little bit worse than the first generation of Iron Fist who fought side by side with him. Want to kill him? I can't do it as a father. Loki, as a father, I tried my best. How could I give birth to two such useless sons? Far worse than your eldest sister. A trace of worry appeared at the corner of his mouth, worrying about the future of Asgard. He always felt that Ragnarok would definitely come true and the end of Asgard was not far away. A stream of colorful light fell from the sky and hit Loki. The next moment, Loki disappeared. Rainbow Bridge. Lao Wang's eyes shrank slightly. This thing is really a bug. Whether it is Odin, Thor, Loki, or other people in Asgard, how many times have they fallen into a deadly situation, surrounded by stronger and more terrifying enemies, and are about to die? The Rainbow Bridge appeared. Teleport them to Asgard and escape from danger. The enemy doesn't even dare to chase. Otherwise, it's courting death. Once the Asgardians return to Asgard, they will get more divine power, and their combat effectiveness will instantly increase by n times. Moreover, Asgard is their base camp, with millions of soldiers as soldiers. How can they fight? This is the main reason why Lao Wang didn't chase them decisively. Go, of course you have to go. But not now. Director Wang. A group of people ran almost at the same time, and the first one to arrive was not Thor, the god of thunder, but Captain America. Without blushing or panting, he stared at the disappearing golden light and asked, "Who is he? Where did he come from? Where did he go?" Before the old king could answer, Thor rushed over, bent over and supported his knees, panting, "Wang, brother, my brother, Lo, how is Loki? Don't worry, I held back and didn't kill him," the old king said in a flat voice. That's good, that's good." Thor took a deep breath and took a breath. "Father is dead. I only have this one brother. If he dies too, Asgard will have no king." "Sorry to interrupt." The old king snorted and looked up at the sky. "Odin is not dead yet. You have been deceived. Thanks to Monkey's rescue pig for the 1000 reward. The mythical beast is haunting. So sad." Chapter 280 to Lao Wang's proposal. Part 1. Not dead. Father is not dead yet? That's impossible. Thor exclaimed. "Loki wouldn't lie to me. He said that father was dead because I was angry with him. It's all my fault. All my fault. You seem to want Odin to die." The old king snorted, feeling not very happy. "It's better for Odin not to die for the time being. If he dies, Hela, who has no one to seal him, will definitely escape and return to Asgard. As early as 2000 years ago, she teamed up with Odin to kill many fathers and sub-fathers, and she was a terrifying existence that shook the universe. Although unlike Odin and Thor, most of her divine power comes from Asgard, and it will be greatly weakened after leaving Asgard. It's hard to say whether she can defeat Thanos, but why would she leave Asgard? Directly aiming the rainbow bridge at the earth, it's a matter of minutes to say that it will be destroyed. How difficult can it be? Of course, as long as the Supreme Sorcerer is still alive, Hela can't think of doing this. The protection network formed by the 3 major temples can probably block the Asgard orbital cannon on the Rainbow Bridge. But what if the Supreme Sorcerer dies? At present, there is no sub-father or father-level existence on Earth that can resist Hela, and the old king himself has no hope. And with Hela's style of doing things, once she becomes the king of Asgard, it would be strange if she does not lead the army to attack the 9 realms, or even go out of the 9 realms and march into the universe. At that time, maybe Captain Marvel will really have to be summoned to save the situation. He is very busy, so forget it. Hearing what the old king said, Thor was stunned and waved his hands to explain. "No, of course I don't want my father to die. I'm just a little shocked. Although he really wants to ascend the throne and become king, he doesn't want his father to die. It's good to be an emperor, and he can also support himself. Next time he makes trouble, there will be someone to help clean up his ass." He thought about it, and was a little confused. "Brother, where did you get the news?" It's not that he doesn't believe the old king. It's that compared with Loki, it is obviously more trustworthy to his own brother. Although this news is good for him, it doesn't prevent him from expressing doubts. Thor, have intelligence. The reason is actually very simple. Lao Wang smiled. "I'm still alive, so Odin is still alive." Thor, what kind of reason is this? Lao Wang patiently explained. "If Odin dies, the Eternal Spear loses its master, and you are exiled. Loki will automatically ascend the throne as the king of Asgard, and the Eternal Spear will recognize him as its master. In that case, I can't beat him, won't I die? Loki will not show mercy." Thor understood now. It is indeed a very simple logic, so it is Loki who deceived me. Thor was calm, not surprised or sad. He has been deceived countless times since he was a child, and he has long been accustomed to it. It's okay to get used to it. Anyway, it's a good thing that my father is still alive, and it's worth drinking 2 more jars of wine to celebrate. In fact, there is another piece of evidence. Lao Wang smiled and said, "Come with me." Several people returned to the hammer base. Lao Wang pointed at Thor's hammer and said, "You will know if you touch it." Thor hurriedly stepped forward and touched it. Well, it still feels the same as before, and it's still heavy as before. "I can't lift it." "You can't lift it?" The old king said, Odin has cast a spell on your hammer. You can't lift it if the conditions are not met. I don't know if the spell will disappear if he dies, but at least the effect will be weakened, right? And Odin loves you so much. If he is really dying, he will definitely help you to remove the spell. Now you can't lift it. Odin is not dead. Thor was happy and sad. It's worth being happy that Odin is not dead, but it's really sad that he can't lift the hammer. So, what should I do to meet the conditions and be qualified? Father, I'm your own son. You can just secretly reveal the answer. Odin is obviously still very ethical. He resolutely lies on the bed and pretends to be dead, determined to let Thor wake up by himself. There is no way. There is not much time left for him. He must see Thor grow up with his own eyes. He can't really give the position of king to Loki, a foreigner, or release Hela to inherit the throne. Don't think about it, go drink. The old king pulled Thor to his room. It's strange that this guy can figure it out. In fact, the spirit of selfless dedication and courage to sacrifice is really like what Thor said. He has it. The Asgardians are probably used to being awesome, and they always win people over with force. They don't have so many tricks. From Thor to Sif to the three warriors, each is a steel straight man, straight woman, who has received a good education since childhood, and none of them will hesitate when it's time to sacrifice. It's just that there is no suitable opportunity to inspire it. This is the helplessness of being too strong. Odin also understands this, so he took advantage of falling asleep and designed such a thing. You know, Odin's IQ is the first class in the Marvel universe, at the same level as Thanos, theoretically higher than Iron Man and the Hulk, plus he has lived for so many years, he has become a spirit, and he has already calculated everything. If it weren't for the accident of Lao Wang, everything would go according to Odin's script. The entire universe is a super complex equation. Whoever masters more of the equation will have stronger ability, higher wisdom, and more powerful comprehensive strength. Odin is the best among them. But the problem is, in the equation of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, there is suddenly an extra variable, a variable full of infinite variables. So, the plot begins to fall apart. Odin cannot control this variable, nor can the Sorcerer Supreme or Thanos. We can only wait and see what the result will be. Thor is indeed careless. He drank 2 jars of wine and snored on the ground. Lao Wang shook his head and declined Miss Jane, who wanted to have a long talk. He watched her leave with disappointment on her face, took out his cell phone and dialed. Director Fury, it's me. Yes, the situation is not good. Loki is here. Shield Trident Headquarters, World Security Council Office. Ludin held a meeting as usual, and the main topic of discussion was the Loki invasion that had just happened. The agents of the Hammer base reported the first-hand information as soon as possible. Because the matter was too big, Ludin could not make up his mind, so he could only apply for a meeting to discuss it. I had originally planned to invite Director Wang to join the group chat, and now Director Wang happened to call, so I directly joined. Looking at the plump young face, the 5 parliamentarians touched the bank card in their pockets and smiled. Even through the screen, Ludin knew what these corrupt officials were doing. His face, which was already dark, became even darker. He snorted and said, Director Wang, did you let Loki escape? It wasn't me who let Loki escape. I beat Loki away. Pay attention to your words, but he will come again. Old Wang kindly corrected his words and said, I have a suggestion. This was said to the 5 parliamentarians, and Ludin consciously did not interrupt. The British female parliamentarian smiled and nodded. Director Wang, please speak. Although Loki escaped, the battle for the throne is always a life and death struggle. He will not give up until he sees Thor die. Old Wang said, next time he comes, Loki will definitely not be alone. Ludin couldn't help but interrupt. Will he go to war with the Earth? Although he knew the basic situation of Asgard from Director Wang, the problem was that Director Wang didn't know much. What is the military strength of Asgard? How many conventional troops there are? These are all unknowns. If we start a war, Ashley, there will be problems. The Earth is not prepared. Don't be nervous, that won't happen. Lao Wang waved his hand. Although Loki has obtained the Spear of Eternity, he is not the real king of Asgard, but only the acting one. He is not strong enough, nor does he have enough prestige and qualifications. I doubt that he can even mobilize the Asgard army. Heimdall or the goddess Sif will not listen to him. Besides, with the Supreme Sorcerer and the 3 major temples watching, he dare not start a war. Ludin breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. I thought the first war between the Earth and the aliens was about to break out. This is a plot that only exists in science fiction movies and novels. Don't do that. Peace is good. Once you get the Spear of Eternity, you get the authority of the King of Asgard. Old Wang changed the subject. Although Loki will not declare war on the Earth on behalf of Asgard, he will definitely send out a strong enough elite to make his brother die. He cannot mobilize the entire army, but he should be able to mobilize a part of it. Ludin's heart was lifted up again, and he asked hurriedly, Director Wang, how many people do you think will come? That's hard to say. Maybe there will be hundreds, maybe not even one. Old Wang smiled and said, but we have to be fully prepared, don't we? In case of a real alien invasion, we must destroy it as soon as possible and not miss the opportunity. This requires early deployment. Ludin nodded. This sounded reasonable. But the question is, Director Wang, why should we interfere in the aliens' internal affairs in the fight for the throne? The Chinese congressman knocked on the table and asked, non-interference in each other's internal affairs, non-aggression, peaceful coexistence. I think we should negotiate with Asgard on behalf of the Earth, and even send Thor back. Asgard, so that we can avoid a war, right? The British and French congressmen were somewhat tempted. It seems to be the case. Director Wang, didn't you say that Asgard will not rashly go to war with the Earth? Then let's not make trouble. What does their fight for the throne have to do with us? Ludin was a little relieved. Although everyone is not very clean, they can still control major issues and cannot let Director Wang manipulate them. Asgard will always be a threat that cannot be ignored. Are you really willing to pin your hopes for peace on the Supreme Sorcerer and the 3 major temples? Old Wang chuckled. Instead of holding it in your own hands. Chapter 283 Reinforcement Arrive. Part 2. The 5 counselors looked at each other. Of course, the initiative must be in their own hands, but compromise must be made, unless Director Wang can give a convincing reason. Whether we like it or not, Asgard is there, not far away or near. Lao Wang said, Asgard's overall strength is indeed much stronger than Earth's, and this is undeniable. The question now is what kind of king of Asgard do we need, and who is better for us, Thor or Loki? This is more interesting. The British female MP made a pleased gesture. Continue. If the enemy is strong, we are weak, and if the enemy is weak, we are strong. Whoever is not suitable to be the king, we should help him to become the king of Asgard. Lao Wang flipped his hand and took out a book Norse mythology and raised it. Everyone has read this, right? Thor and Loki's personalities are similar to those in myths and legends. One is reckless and the other is bad. Who do you think is more suitable to be the king? Ludin wanted to say neither of them is suitable. And how old are you? And you are still reading pictures and texts. We all read e-books. But if you must compare, Ludin quickly came to the answer. Loki is more suitable. Or more terrifying. A god of trickery must be much more terrifying and difficult to deal with than the god of hammers. Such a king may lead the kingdom to destruction and may also lead the enemy to destruction. The Earth cannot gamble and cannot afford to gamble. I don't know if you have heard a saying, it is better to help someone in need than to add icing on the cake. The old king continued. Thor was exiled and Loki temporarily took over the throne. No matter how you look at it, Loki has the upper hand. In this situation, if we send Thor back to his country and help Loki, he will not take it to heart. He will only think that the Earthlings are afraid and think that this is what they should do, because the Earth is one of the 9 realms in the territory of Asgard. Ludan and all the congressmen nodded. This is really the case. Asgard is another United States, even more excessive than the United States. Compromise is not a sign of weakness. Bowing in front of Loki is not the style of the Earthlings. On the contrary, if we help Thor and defeat Loki at this time, according to Thor's straightforward character, he will definitely be grateful for the kindness of the Earthlings. I believe that in the foreseeable time, the Earth and Asgard will be at peace. The old king said. This time is indeed foreseeable. If Hela and Surtur cannot be killed, Ragnarok is doomed to occur, and Asgard will not last for a few years. The people present are all good at politics, and they will understand such a simple truth. But the problem is, Director Wang, are you sure? Our decision is related to the safety of 7 billion people on the earth. Asked a British female MP. 99%. Lao Wang has always been very humble. There is no problem on his side. The problem is, what if Thor refuses to understand? A mortal cannot become the king of Asgard, and Thor must work hard. The 5 congressmen had a brief discussion, and the female congressman nodded and said, Director Wang, how much support do you hope to get? The United Nations Peacekeeping Force has no military base in New Mexico. The only ones who can provide support are SHIELD and the US Department of Defense. Upon hearing this, Luden hurriedly said, SHIELD has suffered heavy losses recently, and it has to deal with the follow-up effects of the Hulk and the Abomination incidents, so it can't spare too many people. Captain Rogers' Avengers are already at the Thor's Hammer base, and can provide help at any time. Lao Wang smiled and said, no matter how many ordinary soldiers come, it will be useless. Asgardian skin is immune to ordinary pistols, and automatic rifles can't cause much damage. In addition, Loki is in charge of the Eternal Spear, and Heimdall must listen to his orders. Nothing on Earth can be hidden from him. Large-scale mobilization of troops will only attract more enemies. What do you mean? There is no need for large-scale mobilization of troops. Lao Wang said, I hope to get missile support from SHIELD and the US Department of Defense. In addition, I request to mobilize all the Steel Soldiers of Azeroth. Steel Soldiers? Luden suddenly realized. It turned out that Director Wang had been talking for so long, but it was actually for this. According to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence, Azeroth Industries has signed sales agreements for 180 Iron Soldiers so far, and a total of 80 have been delivered. The advance payment and final payment received add up to more than $20 billion US. Such a huge transaction volume is almost comparable to Stark Industries before the closure of the weapons department. If all the Iron Soldiers are mobilized, whether it is energy consumption, weapon consumption, or war damage, it will be a huge number. At that time, they will definitely have to purchase supplements and request repairs from Azeroth Industries. Director Wang is taking this opportunity to make money. At this moment, Luden was envious, hateful, and relieved. $20 billion US is certainly worthy of envy, and taking the opportunity to make a fortune must be hated. But the most important thing is that Director Wang actually has the leisure to make a fortune from the war, which shows that he doesn't take Loki seriously. This game is a sure win. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Iron Soldiers and missile systems will provide assistance. Luden was the first to express his opinion. This kind of loss can be fully applied to the Security Council for compensation and funding, most of which will be borne by the US government. After all, this incident happened on US territory. The American congressman nodded and said, I will apply to the president and I will reply within 24 hours. He still has to help, otherwise if something really goes wrong, he will definitely not be able to sit in this position, as General Ross has been watching him. Mr. Congressman, you only have 6 hours. Within 12 hours, Loki will launch an attack. Lao Wang looked at other congressmen. What about other countries? We will contact them immediately. The congressmen expressed their opinions one after another. Reply within 6 hours. Luden suddenly asked, Director Wang, what about the Schengen Bureau? The Steel Soldiers of other countries combined are not as many as those of the Schengen Bureau. Lao Wang widened his eyes. Director Fury, you must have remembered it wrongly. The Schengen Bureau has never ordered Steel Soldiers from Azeroth Industries. We are poor and have no money. Luden, Azeroth Industries is yours, and the Schengen Bureau is also yours. Is it necessary to make such a clear distinction? Director Fury, you reminded me that the existing Iron Soldiers may not be enough to cope with the situation. We need more. Lao Wang looked around and said, everyone, the Divine Bureau hopes to ask Azeroth Industries for more. Director Wang, the British female MP who has always had the best relationship with Lao Wang couldn't stand it anymore. Her face turned black and said, regarding the application of the Divine Bureau to order Iron Soldiers, we still need to hold a meeting to discuss it. Lao Wang had an exaggerated expression of surprise. Order? No, Azeroth Industries is willing to rent Iron Soldiers from the Divine Bureau for free, 100 units. Luden, Where does Azeroth Industries get so many stocks? Can't they be those that are ready to be delivered to various countries? Director Wang, are you so kind? Ahem. On behalf of the Security Council and the people of the world, I thank Director Wang for his generosity. The British female MP quickly expressed her opinion. Of course, there are still conditions. Lao Wang smiled and said, it's free, but all the energy, weapons consumption, and war damage, shouldn't Azeroth Industries bear it? Shouldn't. The MPs cursed in their hearts. Director Wang is still the same Director Wang. They now only hope that Loki will not send too many people and the losses will not be too serious. Otherwise, the United Nations will go bankrupt. This world is different from Lao Wang's previous life. The United Nations still has a certain say and is not completely a puppet. The countries quickly replied, support is possible, but all losses must be borne by the United States. The water is quite deep here. When the time comes, how much damage to report is up to you. The United States is rich and powerful, and this incident is indeed a big threat. If you are not careful, something will go wrong. More importantly, the current president's term is about to end, and the general election is underway. The president does not want to lose his reputation in his later years and hopes that his political career can have a perfect end. The candidates also hope to take the opportunity to win votes, so they support and push secretly. Although no soldier has arrived at the Hammer base, more than 150 Azerothian soldiers have been sent to the nearest peacekeeping force base, and the missile systems of several major military bases nearby are also in place. Support at any time. Lao Wang was slightly relieved. The butterfly effect, any variable will change the situation. Not to mention that Lao Wang is not a butterfly, but a panda. After being taught a lesson by himself, Loki, if he is not stupid, will definitely send out a more powerful killer. Some preparations are still needed. It is better to be prepared. In the afternoon, a rainbow beam of light fell from the sky and landed somewhere 15 kilometers away. Lao Wang narrowed his eyes slightly. He sensed a strong energy fluctuation. What was supposed to come finally came. Chapter 284 Sif and the Three Warriors, Part 1. Looking at the fleeting colorful beams of light, Carlson, who had finally persuaded all the townspeople to leave and arrived in time, became nervous in an instant. Director Wang, the enemy is coming. How many people? How strong are they? Should we apply for missile bombing immediately? Captain America, Black Widow and Hawkeye, the only 3 Avengers, also became nervous and were ready to launch an attack at any time. Miss Jane was excited holding the telescope. Aliens, there are more aliens coming, and a war is about to break out. So excited, so excited. Ha ha ha. Just 4 people, they look a bit like Princess She-Ra, Jackie Chan and Robin Hood. Are they playing cosplay? I think it's not bad. Jarvis, help me ask Princess She-Ra's phone number and ask if she has time tonight. I want to invite her to watch cartoons. A playful voice sounded. It was Tony. Such an important matter, of course it is impossible not to inform Tony, and it can't be hidden from Jarvis's global surveillance. Besides, he himself is a consultant for SHIELD and the Avengers. How can he ignore his own affairs? Now that the high-end combat power is tight, Luden welcomes Iron Man's free support with both hands. This is really free, and there is no need to reimburse. Compared with a certain Wang, Mr. Stark is simply too noble. Sir, I want to do the same, but your drone crashed. It was Princess She-Ra who did it. Jarvis replied. Well, it seems quite fierce. Tony yawned. Send their photos over. Several photos were quickly sent to the command center of the Hammer base. Looking at the 4 people in the picture, Thor was the first to scream. Sif, Volstagg, Fendrel, Hogan. Don't attack, don't attack. They are my 4 warriors, my brothers. Upon hearing this, Miss Jane was stunned. Thor, your eyesight is not very good. That Sif is the legendary goddess of land and harvest. She is a woman. A woman. You actually regard her as a brother? You can't you be abnormal, gay? Wait. Are you sure you regard Director Wang as a brother? Not, what? Well, I always treat her as a brother. Thor was so excited that he danced with joy. Sif is determined to become a Valkyrie. You know the Valkyrie, right? She is the most powerful female warrior in Asgard. father said that even in the era of the Valkyrie, Sif's strength would at least rank in the top 3. Yes, you treat her as a brother, and she has always wanted to sleep with you. The old king nodded. Lady Sif and the 3 warriors are distinguished guests. They are reinforcement sent by Heimdall to help us deal with Loki. There are more reinforcement? Carlson, the commander of the Hammer base and the second most important person in the venue, smiled. It seems that the situation is not as bad as imagined. That Heimdall, is he on Thor's side? How strong is he? Can he beat Loki? Can we ask him to come and help us? Without waiting for the old king to answer, Thor immediately shouted, Heimdall is the guardian of Asgard, the opener of the Rainbow Bridge. He used to be the most powerful warrior in Asgard. He must have sent Sif and the 3 warriors to take me back. Everyone present turned a deaf ear to Thor's inexplicable self-confidence. You want to go back? Your brother has to give way. Honest buddy, do you understand the situation? You are fighting for the throne, not playing house. If you lose, people will die. A lot of people will die. Heimdall is only loyal to Odin. He sent Lady Sif and the 3 warriors to Earth without permission, which must have angered Loki. The old king said, if I'm not mistaken, the enemy will attack soon, and Loki will also take action against Heimdall. You can't count on him. That's impossible. Thor obviously had great trust in Heimdall's strength. Heimdall has the sword given by his father. Even if Loki has the Spear of Eternity, he is no match for him. All the warriors in Asgard believe in Heimdall. With him around, Loki can't even mobilize his army. That was in the past. The old king snorted. Have you forgotten what I told you? Loki is the son of Laufey, the Frost King. Think about it. If he got the Frost Giant's artifact, the icebox, would Heimdall still be his opponent? Thor was shocked. Since he was a child, his father has talked about the war with the Frost Giants. The place of the war was now Norway. Thor, who had just led Sif and the 3 warriors through the Frost Giant's kingdom a few days ago, knew very well that Laufey's strength was roughly the same as his own. He was confident that he could defeat him head on. Such a weak player could actually blind one of his father's eyes. Wasn't it because of the icebox? With the icebox in hand, Laufey's attack power could even be raised to the level of a sub-father or a father. Loki is not Laufey. The icebox in his hand may not be that powerful, but it should be enough to deal with Heimdall. Heimdall won't die. Don't think about Heimdall. He is safer than you. You should focus on the present. The old king waved his hand and said, who will take those 3 over? I'll go. Thor was eager to try. Forget it. Let's go find them together. Wherever you are, that is the battlefield. Move the battlefield to the wilderness as much as possible. Don't destroy this town. People still need to live there. It's not easy to build it. The construction workers are very tired. The old king smiled and opened the door. Thor, then what did you ask just now? Others, don't go, to avoid causing trouble. Lao Wang glanced at Carlson, turned around and entered the door first. Thor hurriedly followed, then Tony with a mustache who was busy asking Jarvis to scan the portal, and finally the 3 Avengers. After passing through the portal, there were 4 stunned cosplay enthusiasts in front of them. Tony actually compared the 4 guys to Princess She-Ra, Jackie Chan, and Robin Hood. There are only 3 of them, so which one is so invisible? The 3 warriors are relatively easy to recognize. The biggest one with an axe is Valstag, who looks like a large Middle-earth dwarf, an upgraded version of Gimli, and is obviously a violent axe warrior. The swordsman with a golden mustache is Fandral, probably the most handsome one among the 3 warriors, with a handsome face and beautiful blonde hair. His smile is quite attractive, a standard weapon warrior. The miscellaneous soldier holding a chain hammer is Hagen. It is not easy to judge his specialization, but he is definitely a warrior. He is not an Asgardian, but a Vanni from next door. His physique is slightly worse than that of the Asgardians, of course. It is much higher than that of humans, but his flexibility is even better, and he is particularly fierce in a fight. Sif is of course the most beautiful one among them. She has a broad forehead, a full forehead, a shiny brow, and a lucky star. Her black hair is tied into the simplest ponytail, showing her competence. Sif is not a beauty in the popular sense. She has the charm of both men and women. She is neutral and beautiful. It is easy for women to treat her as a best friend and men as a buddy. Of course, it is also possible to be the opposite. Thor is an example. The advantage is that both men and women are popular. It is estimated that she will inevitably be touched and confessed by her best friends, of course. Sif doesn't seem to have many best friends, if you don't count male best friends. With eyes as sharp as an eagle, a back as straight as a pine, arms as white as lotus roots, and legs as slender as steel pipes, Sif's first impression is a warrior, a brave and strong female warrior. The four of them are all wearing Asgard alloy armor, which looks majestic and funny. An orange portal suddenly appeared, immediately attracting their attention. When did Asgard have wizards? The four of them were not academic masters, but typical poor students. They basically took the history of the 9 realms in their dreams. They were no match for Loki, and they didn't even know the basic situation of the earth. They were slightly stunned, and then they saw Lao Wang coming out with a group of people, including their long-missed buddy. The four of them smiled. "Found you." Volstagg laughed and shouted, "My good friend, my good brother, Thor." Thor rushed over and hugged Volstagg. Then he hugged Fandral, Hagen, and finally hugged Sif tightly. "Sif, my warrior, thank you for coming to help me." Chapter 285 Destroyer Armor, Part 2. Warrior. The smile on Sif's face gradually froze. "Please don't treat me as a warrior, but as a woman, okay?" The friends reunited and had endless things to say, and Lao Wang was not interested in disturbing them. Sif was very concerned about Thor's health. The 3 warriors got together to complain about how difficult it was to come here. The earth still has local characteristics. If you have time, you should come and have a good look. Thor also took the opportunity to ask them about the situation in Asgard, especially Odin. When he knew that Odin was indeed just in a deep sleep and had not had time to die, he couldn't help but look at Lao Wang, thinking that brother Wang was still reliable. More reliable than Loki, more reliable than Sif, and more reliable than the 3 warriors. He is indeed my good brother. When Thor learned that Loki did not let them come down, and Heimdall let them down privately, he realized that the situation was really not good. "Thor, don't you introduce your friends to us?" the bold Volstagg shouted. "He is the king, a friend of the supreme sorcerer, the immortal Iron Fist of this generation of Kunlun, and the director of the Godstick Bureau. His status is probably equivalent to Heimdall of Asgard." The worry on Thor's face disappeared instantly, and he laughed. "This is American Rogers with the hot butt, the one with eagle eyes is Agent Barton, and the one with the best figure is Agent Romanov. The last one is." He was stuck, as if he didn't have time to get to know them. "Tony Stark, I'm Iron Man." Tony snorted, very unhappy. "Obviously I'm the most beautiful one in the audience. Why did you notice me at the end?" No one paid attention to him. For the Asgardians, the Earthlings are all weak chickens, and occasionally there are a few who are not weak chickens, and they can barely look up to them. They are all the best warriors in Asgard, with a sharp eye, and they can see the details of several people at a glance. The woman with the best figure is not bad, and the man with eagle eyes is barely okay, about the same as the ordinary warriors in Asgard. The only thing that made them feel awesome was the director Wang in front of them, the legendary immortal Iron Fist. His slightly plump body contained endless energy, his smiling face was calm and majestic, and his eyes were even deeper than the stars. Facing him was like facing Odin. Looking at Lao Wang, the thoughtful Hagen respected him from the bottom of his heart, the beautiful Fandral smiled, and even Sif, who was invincible in the Asgard army, was attracted. She always believed that only the bravest and most powerful Thor was a good match, and the one in front of them seemed to be no worse than Thor. "How much?" "Haha, Thor's brother is my brother." Lady Sif and the Warriors 3 say hello to you. The big guy Volstagg came up and gave him a bear hug. The slightly plump Lao Wang in his arms was simply the representative of the thin world. The bear-like physique coupled with the ancient mammoth-like strength almost buried Lao Wang in his muscles. Lao Wang laughed and stretched out easily. Volstagg tried his best to hold on, but he still couldn't hold on. His face turned red and his neck became thick. He had no choice but to surrender. "King, you are amazing." He was originally a famous strongman in Asgard. There were not many people in Asgard who could make him surrender in terms of strength. Thor was of course one of them, Heimdall was one, and Sif was one. Now there is one more. Fandral and Hagen were all smiles. Sif's smile became even more intense, and she gave the old king a hug generously, then looked at her sweetheart with a gentle look. Thor, we are here to take you back. The father and mother of the gods are waiting for you. The smile on Thor's face disappeared instantly. Can I really go back? He hesitated for a moment, and shouted to the sky, Heimdall, open the rainbow bridge. No response. Heimdall. Heimdall. I command you to open the rainbow bridge immediately. Thor shouted again. No response. Sif's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly shouted, Heimdall. Still no response. The three warriors also shouted. Still no response. What happened? The slowest Volstagg also reacted. Did Heimdall get into trouble? We can't go home. Of all the people, Sif was the saddest one, because Heimdall was her brother, her real brother. He looked at Thor and thought, could my brother really get into trouble? Was he killed by your brother? If that's the case, I will take revenge. Even if you are the man I like, I will take revenge. Director Wang, the degree has changed, and a new wormhole has appeared. Black Widow suddenly interrupted, shaking the detector in front of Lao Wang. Lao Wang seemed to have noticed something, and looked up at the sky. At the same time, Thor, Sif and the three warriors also looked up at the sky. The monitoring system that S.H.I.E.L.D. had set up long ago all locked onto the same location. The cynicism on Tony's face completely disappeared, and dozens of drones took off at the same time. At the same time, the boiled eggs at the Trident headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., the 5 major senators at the United Nations headquarters, the leaders of all countries in the world, and the leaders of major religions. All qualified people saw the same picture. Suddenly there was a sound of lightning in the sky, and in an instant dark clouds covered the entire area. A storm enveloped the entire area. Unlike when Thor's 4 warriors came, this time it was like an extremely huge meteor that fell directly from outer space to the earth, carrying the ominous symbol of destruction everywhere. Without any signs, a tornado of more than 12 levels was formed in less than half a minute. The terrifying and huge vortex seemed to swallow up the whole world. In front of the mighty power of nature, even Iron Man seemed too small and fragile. The endless blowing wind forced him to summon his battlesuit. A silver white figure fell from the sky, 3 meters and a half tall, all metal. It came from a distance, with a face without nose, eyes, or mouth. The braided metal strips made a hole, and high temperature flames spewed out, igniting everything around it. In a sea of fire, it was like the god of destruction, moving forward steadily. It didn't look huge. It wasn't fast. But no one could stop it. The destroyer. Lao Wang's face changed slightly. Few people knew about the existence of the destroyer. In most cases, it acts as the guardian of Odin's treasury and shoulders the most important responsibilities. Odin's treasury is definitely something that all the big guys in the universe would envy. As its guardian, the strength of the destroyer can be imagined. In Asgard, the destroyer has endless divine power to support it. Even if the Frost King Laufey goes there in person, he is 99% likely not to be its opponent. But after leaving Asgard, it is not controlled by Odin himself, and its strength has not declined a little bit. It is less than 1/10 of its heyday. It is only at the level of an earth god, and is not even as good as Thor with a hammer. In Lao Wang's impression, Thor has just been recognized by Odin, and when he got Thor's hammer, he destroyed the destroyer with one hammer. If it was just such an existence, it would not make Lao Wang's face change slightly, and it could be destroyed with a flick of his finger. But the problem is, this destroyer is much stronger than I remember. Lao Wang muttered to himself. How strong is Thor with a hammer? Lao Wang has never seen it, and he can't make an accurate judgment. But it shouldn't be much stronger than Odin's remotely controlled Thor's hammer, roughly at the same level. The destroyer in the distance gave him the feeling that it was not inferior to Thor's hammer at all. It was even stronger, a true demigod. Could it be? Suddenly thinking of something, Lao Wang groaned. After all, this matter is still related to Odin. The destroyer is famous. It is the most powerful armor in Asgard, created by Odin, and made by the best craftsman in Asgard. It contains Odin's magic and Asgard's divine power, represents the highest technology of Asgard, and is even stronger than Uru and Vibranium. There are no messy external weapons, nor the arc reactor that looks awesome at first glance. But it has endless power, and super destructive power that is far beyond the reach of Earth's technology. Unlike Ultra Norvision, it is not an independent robot, but essentially a set of armor. Since it is armor, it is used to be worn. The destroyer is the ultimate armor that Odin built for himself. Once he puts on it, Odin's strength will reach a whole new level. However, Odin himself is too powerful and has never had the opportunity to wear it. It accepts the orders of the Spear of Eternity. Although Loki, who holds the Spear of Eternity, can command it, he does not know its secrets and can only let it fight like an ordinary robot, and its strength cannot be exerted even 1%. Even so, it is a god armor that is many times stronger than Mark 8 and the Azeroth Iron Soldier, and its strength has steadily reached the level of Earth God. But now it is different. Loki, who has obtained some of the authority of the Spear of Eternity, naturally opened up some of the authority of the destroyer he controlled, and its strength has been raised to a new level. A level above ordinary Earth gods. This, even if Thor gets Thor's hammer back, he may not be able to handle it, right? Unless he awakens the real power of Thor, or finds a way to weaken the destroyer. Odin, what are you thinking? Lao Wang couldn't help but mourn for Thor. It's really unfortunate to have such a father. It's a bit. Especially to trick my son. Chapter 286, The Hope of the Entire Village of Asgard, updated. Director Wang. The voice of the on-site Commander Coulson came to his ears. Should we open fire? He was very nervous now, very nervous. Even from such a distance, he could feel the horror of the destroyer. Yesterday, he watched the battle video of the Hulk and the Abomination Bronski, especially the latter, who was in Harlem, New York, as if he was in no man's land. With so many weapons, and so many special forces in front of him, he was no different from a piece of paper. Now he suddenly realized that in front of the destroyer, the Abomination was not as weak as paper, but at most it was at the level of broken wood, a sure prey. Is it the killer sent by Loki? No need. Old Wang refused flatly. A mere destroyer. There is nothing to be afraid of. It is not yet to the point where weapons of mass destruction must be used. Let me do it. Tony was eager to try. That ugly big guy with medieval knight armor looks very interesting. Should we catch him and study him? Maybe we can develop a new generation of Iron Man's battlesuit, Mark dozens or something. Haha, no need. Volstagg laughed. It's coming for us. We can solve it ourselves. Solve your own enemies by yourself. This is related to the honor of the warrior. Even if he dies, he will not ask for help from anyone outside Asgard. That is an insult to the warriors of Asgard. An insult that cannot be tolerated. Fandral looked at Thor. Good brother, you will fight alongside us, right? His eyes were full of desire. Thor. Brother, do you want me to die? He had no choice but to pat Fandral on the shoulder and said earnestly, my friends, I have lost my divine power and am now mortal. I can't protect you. Otherwise, I will stand by and cheer for you. King, do you have a loudspeaker or something? Fandral's face froze. Are you really my brother, the fearless Thor on the battlefield? Could it be a fake? Volstagg was simple-minded and snorted, you saved all of our lives. Now it's our turn to protect you, Thor. Not everyone. I never need anyone to save me, including Thor. Sif held a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, eager to try. I really want to see the legendary destroyer. I need you to create opportunities for me. It's the destroyer, so I'm its terminator. Thor didn't stop her. He knew the strength of Sif and the three warriors, and they were not weak. After so many years of fighting in the south and the north, he knew all the people in Asgard who had some ability. I thought Loki would send those famous strong men to take action, but now it seems that Loki's prestige is not enough, and he can't command those guys who rely on their status, so he can only send the destroyer. As the crown prince of Asgard, he knows a little about the destroyer, and knows that this thing will definitely not play much power in Loki's hands. Maybe Sif and the three warriors can really handle it. Even if they can't handle it, don't we still have the King brothers? My brother is my brother's brother. He will definitely not stand by and watch someone die. Captain America looked at Lao Wang. Director Wang, what should we do now? Looking at the situation, if he forcibly rushed over to help, those Asgardians might turn around and fight with him. How could he be so stubborn after living for so many years? Let's see what's going on first. Lao Wang waved his hand. He had only seen the destroyer in the movies, and it was a destroyer that was weakened by who knows how many times, so he didn't know much about its true strength and capabilities. Knowing yourself and the enemy will ensure victory in 100 battles. Since someone is willing to fight in the front, Lao Wang doesn't mind taking a look first. Moreover, Lao Wang suspected the current destroyer should not be in its strongest form, not even the strongest form controlled remotely by Odin. Odin wouldn't suddenly open up all permissions, let the destroyer explode, and take the opportunity to kill himself, right? If that were the case, the supreme sorcerer wouldn't have time to save people. Lao Wang decided to wait and see, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any time. Go. Sif roared, and the three warriors rushed out. Seeing the momentum and speed, the three Avengers stared at them, and Lao Wang nodded secretly. Never underestimate the three warriors. 5,000 years of kung fu to beat a 10,000-year-old monster can only appear in third-rate novels and low-scoring dramas. Although age is not the only factor affecting strength, it is probably one of the biggest factors that no one can refute. After living for hundreds and thousands of years, a pig should have become a spirit, not to mention the Asgardians who are known for their good fighting skills. Lao Wang knows this better than anyone else. During those years in World of Warcraft, he truly witnessed the gap between races. An ordinary orc infantry can easily kill the veteran of Stormwind in a head-on confrontation, and in the forests of Kalimdor, an ordinary night elf sentinel can kill 5 orc infantry. And the dragons and Gron, which are legendary creatures themselves, can be the gatekeepers of the 5-man dungeon, or even the final boss. The Asgardian warriors who can survive battle after battle are not comparable to ordinary people in terms of combat experience and combat skills. The body density of Asgardians is 3 times that of Earthlings. Any of them has a physique comparable to Captain America, and their endurance is bulletproof. They have a strength of at least 1 ton or even several tons, and it is no problem to overturn cars or even trucks. The 3 warriors who have received professional training and lived for thousands of years are the best among them. Any one of them can be considered a second-tier member of the Avengers. Even Captain America must pay attention to the performance of these people. They are as imposing as a tiger and as fast as the wind. Strong power brings extraordinary speed. Any superhero known for his strength must have superhuman speed. Are they okay? Hawkeye was sharp and found that Sif had gone around behind the destroyer, waiting for the opportunity. Sif is the most powerful female warrior in Asgard. Thor was full of confidence. For Asgard. For Odin. For Thor. Volstagg shouted and jumped high after a 50-meter run-up. Fandral and Hogan exerted their strength at the same time, holding Volstagg's feet and throwing him far away. Whoosh! The bearded man holding the giant axe flew out like a cannonball, directly hitting the destroyer who was hundreds of meters away. The 3 warriors cooperated well. 1 + 1 + 1 was far greater than 3, and their strength should not be underestimated. It should work, right? Captain America thought. Bang! As soon as the destroyer raised his hand, Volstagg flew backwards at a faster speed, smashing the ground into a strangely shaped deep pit. It hurts. Volstagg climbed out of the ground and shook his head. The strong physique of the Asgardians prevented him from suffering any external injuries, but the internal injuries were a bit serious, and all his internal organs hurt. At the same time, Sif, who had gone around to the back in advance, suddenly jumped up and jumped onto the back of the destroyer. So fast, so strong, so beautiful. Captain America was secretly shocked. This seemingly slender woman was actually stronger than the 3 warriors combined. The old king laughed. As the next queen chosen by Odin, Sif was different from the 3 warriors. She is a god, one of the few goddesses in Asgard. She has divine power. Although her physical fitness is not as good as Thor, she is much stronger than ordinary Asgardians. She has a strength of up to 30 tons, even more than Spider-Man. Her unarmed combat skills and extraordinary swordsmanship, second only to the Valkyrie, as well as the artifact sword and shield enchanted by Odin himself, make her a weakened version of Wonder Woman. In terms of close combat ability, she is still better than Loki. Odin has always regarded Sif as his daughter-in-law, hoping that she can marry Thor and become the queen of Asgard. Naturally, he treats her well. Sif's sword and shield are only slightly worse than Thor's hammer, and the main difference is magic. The craftsmanship and material are not bad at all. Like Loki's dagger, it is one of the very few weapons that can cause damage to the destroyer. And now, Sif is the hope of the entire village of Asgard. In Odin's script, now is undoubtedly the best time for his son and daughter-in-law to cultivate feelings. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 287, The Second Phase of the Cosmic Cube, Part 1. The shield in Sif's left hand disappeared, and the one-handed sword in her right hand also disappeared. Instead, there was a 2-meter-long double-headed giant sword, which looked exactly like the epic giant sword grudge of the Abyss Lord Dazgla. Of course, it looked more beautiful and more slender. It's not surprising that Asgard's artifacts have the ability to transform. Odin's magic makes the sword and shield merge into one, which is more powerful. Swish. With 30 tons of force plus the impact of falling from a high altitude, the double-headed giant sword pierced deeply into the destroyer's neck and penetrated. The huge impact forced the destroyer to bend down, and was nailed into the ground by the double-headed giant sword, and the blazing flames in his body were extinguished. Success! Volstagg shouted excitedly, and Sif also showed a satisfied smile on her face. Destroyer, isn't that all? Captain America showed a trace of doubt on his face. Director Wang dispatched so many people and applied for the Iron Soldier core and missile system, and the enemy was solved just like that? Cannons hitting mosquitoes? It's not that simple. Old Wang shook his head. Captain America was stunned. Sif's smile froze instantly. The destroyer moved again. The flames in his body burned again, even more fiercely than before. His body twisted strangely, his back became his chest became his back, and he turned 180 degrees, facing Sif. The visor opened, and flames gushed out with red light. The destroyer, version 2.0, activated. Ayat. Sif didn't have time to draw her sword. She jumped up and rolled on the ground. The flames sprayed, destroying everything around. The two-headed giant sword disappeared automatically, turned into a sword and shield, and returned to Sif's hand. The most powerful female warrior in Asgard turned around and ran without saying a word. What a joke. The original destroyer was already difficult enough to deal with. If it weren't for the artifact given by Odin, the spells belonging to Odin on both of them would cancel each other out. Even if he changed to an artifact made by Uru, he couldn't break the destroyer's defense. From the beginning, the purpose of the 3 cannon fodders, the 3 warriors, was to attract, in her opinion, the only thing that can defeat the destroyer on the entire earth, besides Thor's hammer, is his sword and shield. Not even Director Wang. This is the real reason why she did not ask the Midgardians for help, but decided to fight the destroyer with the 3 warriors. There is no need to let the Asgardians die innocently, not to mention that those people have a good relationship with Thor. But now, the original destroyer was terrible enough. He was not dead, even after being pierced through the neck, and he could heal automatically. Now he has obviously obtained more Asgard power and unlocked a higher level of authority. How can he fight? The destroyer chased Sif and kept spitting fire. Sif became more and more embarrassed. Seeing that even Sif was defeated, the 3 warriors wanted to cry, but had no tears. How can this thing be more terrible than the Frost King Laufey? Seeing that he was too fat to run fast and the destroyer was about to catch up, Volstagg gritted his teeth and shouted at the top of his voice, "Help!" Bang! The vibranium shield just blocked the destroyer's flames, and after a series of complex and precise bumps, it returned to Captain America's hands. Avengers, go! He rushed forward with the vibranium shield. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 alloy arrows hit the destroyer. One emitted an electromagnetic pulse of up to 40,000 volts, and the other exploded instantly, with terrifying power. However, ineffective. Looking at the destroyer who didn't even leave a white mark, Hawkeye silently put away his compound bow. The strength is at least 100 tons, and the defense is comparable to vibranium. Even if injured, it can heal automatically. The body can rotate and twist at any angle and in any way, which is completely inconsistent with human anatomy. How can we fight this? How about you try it yourself? Black Widow also retreated silently. Hawkeye also has good long-range attack capabilities. In addition to the pistol on her waist and the gadgets in the Widow's suit, to deal with ordinary people, she can only attack at close range. Question: how should a young woman who has only undergone ordinary body transformation deal with a high temperature and high strength iron lump that can move and spit fire? Waiting online. Very urgent. Captain America tried a few times and found that the only way seemed to be to use the vibranium shield to block the destroyer's flames. As for hurting the destroyer, there was no need to think about it. It was still possible to maintain undefeated, but want to win? It was impossible. Director Wang, the Iron Soldiers are in place, and 7 Tomahawk cruise missiles have been locked. Do you want to deploy them immediately? Coulson's voice came. No. Old Wang refused again. While speaking, Tony blocked the destroyer on behalf of Captain America, but it was still useless. The famous Iron Man suit has been updated to Mark 9. However, it has inherited the tradition since Mark 2, with flexibility and functional diversity as the main features. In terms of lethality alone, it is not even as good as the Jericho missile. Facing the destroyer who can tank, heal, and EPS, it is no problem to fight. But want to win? It seems that I have to make an anti-destroyer armor, or even an anti-Asgard armor. Tony thought while fighting. Thor, wake up quickly. Old Wang sighed. After all the trouble, I have to go. He raised his hand, and dozens of broken jade lightning bolts struck down. Looking at the destroyer who was unscathed by the broken jade lightning bolts, Lao Wang frowned slightly. Odin's magic and Asgardian craftsmanship, runes all over his body, and the endless Asgardian energy, all of these have raised the destroyer's magic resistance to a terrifying level. This kind of resistance, that is almost immune to all magic, Lao Wang has only experienced it in the 5 Dragon Kings. In terms of resistance alone, the destroyer is second only to the indestructible colorful dragon Chromatus. Its metal shell is at the same level as Deathwing's source armor, and only legendary weapons can barely hurt it. In addition to Loki's small dagger, Lao Wang's only legendary weapon is the Crimson Magic Belt. That thing can't beat the Eternal Spear, and it certainly can't beat the 2.0 version of the destroyer. This guy is a bit difficult to deal with. I just hope that the one in the nursery can wake up soon. Lao Wang stepped into the air. Go. Seeing the picture on the screen, the leaders of various countries in the world had complicated expressions. At least 100 tons of power, the ability to manipulate the atmosphere, abundant energy, vibranium level defense, and nearly 100% magic resistance. The destroyer is definitely 10 times more difficult to deal with than the Abomination and the normal Hulk. Whether it is the Hulk or the Abomination, they can only be regarded as troubles for them. If they really take it seriously, there must be a way to deal with it, and there are more than one way. But the destroyer left them helpless. According to Director Wang, there are many beings in Asgard that are stronger than the destroyer, not to mention the 9 realms, not to mention the entire universe. The threat of aliens has always been there, but the aliens who came to Earth in 1995 did not scare them, and they did not see the fleet of the Kree Empire accusation group parked outside the Earth. It is different now. The Asgardians are really here, and they have the Rainbow Bridge, so they can come at any time, and there are many ways to destroy the entire Earth, which makes them feel the threat of death. Although Director Wang said that the Earth has its guardians, no one is willing to hand over their lives to unfamiliar outsiders. The so-called outsiders even include Director Wang. Powerful individuals are uncontrollable, and powerful weapons are the safest and most confident to be in one's own hands. How is the research on the Cosmic Cube going? The British female MP suddenly asked. There are too many things to study during this period. The Sky Carrier, the Iron Man suit. Tony put the most difficult Cosmic Cube at the end. Luden replied. The female MP nodded. I propose to start the second phase of the plan immediately. Second. The other MPs nodded. I will put the research on the Cosmic Cube in the first sequence and dispatch the best scientists to help Tony. Luden rarely sang against the MPs. After all, the Avengers are just an emergency team. The strength of the entire civilization is the confidence of mankind to stand tall in the forest of cosmic civilization. The Cosmic Cube represents endless energy and infinite possibilities. It's time. Chapter 288, Frost Giant Invasion, Part 2. The battle was still going on. Sky's voice suddenly entered Lao Wang's mind. "Wang, we are here." Lao Wang was shocked, and then whispered, "Don't show up, wait." There was no point in defeating the destroyer if Thor didn't recover the power of the god of thunder. And the intuition of the demigod told him that this matter was not that simple. "Loki, please help. Odin, please help. Give Thor some stimulation." Looking at Lao Wang and the destroyer in the center of the battlefield, and then looking at Iron Man fighting in the sky, Captain America seemed to have realized something. He changed his left hand to hold the shield and stretched out his right hand. Coulson was surprised to find that the Thor's hammer next to him moved, flew into the sky like a rocket, and disappeared. It flew into Captain America's hands. He had an idea and raised it high. A bolt of lightning struck, and Thor's hammer accumulated enough electricity, and then with Captain America's sudden throw, it hit the destroyer. Boom. A sharp roar came from the destroyer's body, which was a unique sound of metal, and was very unpleasant. The silver-white braided metal band was dented instantly after being hit by the hammer on the chest, but then it recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Thor's hammer made a big circle in the sky and flew back to Captain America's hands. He held a shield in one hand and a hammer in the other. He officially joined the battlefield and besieged the destroyer with Lao Wang and Iron Man. Seeing this scene, Sif was stunned, and the three warriors were stunned. The four guys looked at Thor at the same time. "Isn't that your hammer? How did it get cheated by a mortal?" Thor felt so heartbroken and helpless. "I don't know, and this is not the first time. Okay, people have used it before. Being cheated on is something that happens a few times, and you get used to it. So how am I worse than that American butt? Captain Rogers has a perfect personality." Black Widow half praised and half explained, which made Thor even more confused. What is a perfect personality? Black Widow was about to say something, but suddenly she was slightly startled. "Strange, why do I suddenly feel so cold?" She looked up at the sky and saw a blue and white storm. This was a superstorm that was almost as strong as yesterday's, and even far stronger than the today's storms. It brought not only strong winds, but also extreme cold. The storm did not last too long, and a group of blue-skinned creatures appeared. They were taller than humans, with almost perfect bodies, but their looks were not flattering. They were densely packed, tens of thousands of them. They swarmed from afar, bringing endless coldness. This made Black Widow feel cold inside. What kind of monster was that? Could it be the frost giants from Jotunheim that director Wang mentioned? Among the tens of thousands of frost giants, there were several giant beasts that were 10 times larger than the ancient Tyrannosaurus, the frost beasts. The next moment, Black Widow heard Lao Wang's voice. In order to kill Thor, when the destroyer was not enough, Loki sought the cooperation of the frost giants. Kill Thor first and then Loki. Of course Loki would not object. Any action to weaken Asgard would only benefit him, so why not do it? Coulson, it's time. It's time. When? Coulson shuddered. Looking at the densely packed frost giants on the screen, he knew that the first war between the Earthlings and aliens had officially begun. It was time to test each other's strength. Missile launch. Iron soldiers, move out. Coulson gave 2 orders in succession, staring at the screen intently. At the same time, hundreds of eyes around the world were also staring at the screen, witnessing this historic moment. There is no doubt that for the entire Earth, this is the first close contact with aliens, and it is also a rare and special military parade ceremony, an inspection of human military power. In the entire 9 realms, humans are the weakest in terms of physical speed. But humans have never relied on strength, but wisdom, and technology that has been constantly improving and booming. World War II has ended for more than 60 years, and the technological level of all mankind has also improved for 60 years, and has accumulated more than 60 years of military power. How powerful is such a force? Without the test of war, it is hard to say. And now, the opportunity has come. Orders were given one by one, and missiles were launched one by one. 7 Tomahawk cruise missiles drew a perfect arc in the sky and accurately hit the center of the frost giant. Boom. Boom boom boom. The earth was shaking, and the whole world seemed to be roaring. In this deafening explosion, hundreds of frost giants were pierced, dismembered, and blown to pieces in an instant, without even having time to scream. More frost giants received shrapnel or other forms of attacks, suffering varying degrees of injuries. Some were missing arms and legs, and some had completely lost their faces. An attack caused more than several tenths of damage to the frost giants. Report. All missiles hit the target. Report. The frost giant's physique exceeded expectations. It was detected that before the missile attack, they suddenly had an average ice layer of more than 10 centimeters thick all over their bodies, resisting most of the damage. Report. The injured frost giants are healing at an extremely fast speed. They have strong regeneration and amazing recovery ability, even better than Captain America. Report. The frost giants who survived the missile explosion have shrunk to a certain extent. I guess it's related to the temperature. A series of voices rang out at the hammer base. Coulson licked his lips, feeling bitter. Although the Tomahawk cruise missile is not the most advanced missile and its power is not as strong as that of a ballistic missile of the same size, the decision was made to deploy it in accordance with the principle of not wasting it, and the nearby base happened to have one. This type of missile has achieved brilliant results in the wars of the past 2 or 3 decades. It is easy to carry and accurate in attacking. Unexpectedly, the damage caused is far less than expected. The cost of a missile is about $1 million, and 7 missiles have only caused hundreds of deaths. Should the frost giant be so strong? Sir, the Jericho missile is in place. Should we launch it? Another voice sounded, and Coulson immediately ordered, fire. The sound of guns and cannons is worth a lot of money. Wars are fought with money. The Jericho missile is the last and most perfect masterpiece of Stark Industries before the weapons department was closed. Whether it is power or price, it is far from comparable to the Tomahawk cruise missile. Time is too short to dispatch more Jericho missiles. The existing 5 missiles are also already available at nearby bases. 3 minutes later, the missile was launched. The location of the frost giant was like setting off 10,000 fireworks, with smoke and craters everywhere. When the smoke cleared, the soldier's voice rang in Coulson's ears again. Report. All missiles exploded. Report. The enemy has taken countermeasures. Countless ice cones were fired into the sky, and 3 of the 5 missiles were intercepted in mid-air. Report. The enemy has joined forces to condense an ice layer more than 1 meter thick. There is a strange energy in the ice layer, which makes the ice layer much harder than the Antarctic ice sheet, and it is 3 layers. Report. The enemy's death is less than 100, and the wounded are less than 1,000. What? Coulson's heart skipped a beat. The power of the Jericho missile far exceeds that of the Tomahawk cruise missile, but the results are worse than the former? That's right. The enemy is prepared, and the Jericho missile is actually not known for its attack power. Its characteristics are precision strikes and an attack radius far exceeding that of the Tomahawk. One missile can bomb a hilltop. The physique of the frost giant is definitely not worse than that of Captain Rogers. If the attack that can't kill Captain Rogers can't kill the frost giant, sir, Director Fury is calling. An earphone was handed to Coulson. He put it on quickly, and the voice of Luden sounded, Phil, stop firing missiles. Coulson was stunned. Why? Although he was not an officer, he knew very well, against such a relatively dense enemy, missiles, weapons of mass destruction, are definitely the best and most cost-effective. Don't ask why, just follow the order. Luden's voice was a little tired. Send out the steel soldiers, while killing the enemy, try to keep the bodies intact. In addition, a certain number of frost giants must be captured alive, more than 100. Chapter 289 A Chain, Part 1. The body is intact? Captured alive. Coulson's eyes narrowed and he understood. The 2 rounds of missile attacks have basically tested the strength of the frost giants. The missiles are indeed very powerful. Although the effects of the Jericho missiles and Tomahawk cruise missiles are not as good as expected, they are still good. As long as they are willing, the US military can easily eliminate all the frost giants without even the intervention of other countries. At most, they can use ballistic missiles. The United States has the second largest number of nuclear warheads in the world. Thousands of them can blow up the surface of the Earth countless times, not to mention just over 10,000 frost giants. With a few more nuclear warheads, are you still afraid that they can't be eliminated? not to mention the frost giants. Even the Hulk and the abomination Bronski may not be able to withstand nuclear bombs. But the higher-ups will not see the problem so simply. Because they have the ability to eliminate them, they will not eliminate them all. They sent out 10,000 people, but that doesn't mean there are only 10,000 people. According to Director Wang, Asgard is not too big among the 9 realms, and the population is not too large, probably only about 1 million. Jotunheim, where the frost giants live, is a planet. We don't know how big it is, but it can't be too small. The frost giants are the masters of that planet. No matter how vast and sparsely populated it is, the total population is not too small. It may be more than Asgard, and like Asgard, everyone is a soldier. Director Wang said that more than 1,000 years ago, the frost giants had attacked the Earth on a large scale. The scene at that time was much more massive than it is now. Now 10,000 people have been sent, and next time they may send 100,000. The enemy has mastered the technology to descend on any area of the Earth, and it is hard to defend against. Instead of destroying all these 10,000 people, it is better to capture some of them alive. Force them to extract intelligence from the enemy, and even conduct some special experiments to figure out the body structure of the frost giants, find out their weaknesses and advantages. A Kree body-made shield spent billions of dollars to secretly carry out the Tahiti project. The physical fitness of the frost giants is obviously better than that of the Kree, and their lifespan is dozens of times that of the Kree. If we can capture some of them alive, can we research a potion that can make the people on Earth live for hundreds or thousands of years? How much would it be worth? Compared with the rewards, what is the price? Even if the army is dispatched for this, and hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of people die, what does it mean in the eyes of the upper level? Coulson sighed. The orders from above are not something he can change. Not even Director Fury can change. The only thing he can do is to execute. Send out the Iron Soldiers, Coulson ordered, and then asked in a deep voice, Director Wang, have your people arrived? Forced the destroyer back with one punch, and even left a not so obvious dent on the opponent's armor. Old Wang quickly retreated and said loudly, Sky, it's your turn. Got it. The 3 Quinjet fighters that had been hiding nearby for a long time finally emerged from invisibility. One of them was burning with endless hellfire and crashed into the 10,000 man army of the frost giants. Hellfire is the source of energy for the Ghost Rider. Robbie found his own value in life. Every night he would transform into Ghost Rider, looking for criminals everywhere, satisfying the spirit of revenge by punishing criminals, strengthening himself by devouring souls, and constantly drawing more energy from hell. As time went on, he mastered more and more hellfires. Originally, he could only barely demonize the Quinjet, but now it seems easy. Under his demonization, the Quinjet has changed from appearance to essence, becoming more hideous and more magical. It is no longer a high-tech product, but a flying Ghost Rider mount. The weight of 40 tons and the hard fuselage make it an extremely terrifying aerial beast. Even the strongest frost giant can't stop its collision. In modern warfare, whoever controls the sky has the initiative. The frost giant who can't fly is destined to be beaten. Without fear of attack or crash, the demonized Quinjet of Ghost Rider is a killer on the battlefield. Even Tony, who has always been known for his showiness, can't help but worry, with this guy around, who will pay attention to Iron Man who single-handedly protects world peace. Hellfire is not known for its high temperature, but its temperature is still far higher than that of ordinary flames. Frost giants and Asgardians have the same characteristics. The closer they are to home, the more awesome they are. Jotunheim is covered with snow all year round, and even during the day, the temperature drops to more than 100 degrees below zero. Ordinary people cannot survive at all. Even Asgardians with excellent physiques can hardly bear it without divine protection. But for frost giants, the lower the temperature, the larger the body, and the stronger the strength. As the temperature rises, the size of frost giants will continue to shrink, and eventually shrink to a height similar to that of earthlings, and their strength will also decrease a lot. Flames and high temperatures are the natural enemies of frost giants. Unless they are crushed, it is almost impossible for frost giants to be killed with their physique. However, The high temperature of the magic quinjet and the unique magical properties of hellfire make any frost giants who are hit lose their resistance and turn into ice slag or vaporize directly. Frost giants are born with the ability to use frost spells. They join forces to summon a large number of ice cones, covering the sky and the earth. These ice cones, icicles, and ice spears, some of which were tens of meters long and larger in diameter than a house, were amplified by magic and harder than steel, instantly piercing the quinjet. Such a terrible spell even exceeded the scope of ordinary legendary spells. The combined spellcasting ability of these frost giants was even better than that of Frost Witch Jaina, and almost comparable to that of Lich King Arthas. However, before they could cheer, they saw everything melting at a very fast speed, and the quinjet was also wriggling, healing, and recovering at the same time. Cockpit. Robbie stretched out his hand, and the chain wrapped around his body flew downward. The chain, which seemed to be only 6 or 7 meters long, continued to spread under the power of hellfire, and soon stretched for 100 meters, piercing through more than a dozen frost giants. The hellfire spread along the chain, and the frost giant melted into a pool of water, and then vaporized. Not even a slag was left. Completely dissipated. So strong. Seeing this scene, Black Widow couldn't help but open her mouth slightly. Is this the power of Ghost Rider, superior to technology? Suddenly, a giant beast leaped up and flew into the sky. It collided with the quinjet at a very fast speed. Boom. The huge force directly flattened the quinjet. The 40-ton fuselage circled in the sky and then fell, causing an earthquake within dozens of kilometers. The originally intact quinjet was completely shattered. The giant beast also fell at the same time. It seemed a little dizzy, but it recovered quickly and rushed towards the quinjet. The hard body did not seem to have the trauma imagined. The 100-ton collision could not even break the skin. Frost Giant kicked the destroyer away with one foot, and Lao Wang turned his head and frowned. Each of the 9 kingdoms has a giant beast. Asgard has the magic wolf Fenris, whose strength is almost comparable to the angry Hulk. He has devoured countless enemies in the ancient war. He is the pet of the god of death Hela, and later died with the Asgardian warriors who followed Hela. In the land of fire Muspelheim, there are giants like Surtur and huge flame beasts. In the land of the frost giants, Jotunheim, there are naturally frost beasts. These guys with thick skin and flesh are far inferior to the demon wolf Fenris, but they are not easy to deal with. Their strength is even greater than that of the Chitaura's biochemical beast Leviathan. Facing such an enemy, the current Ghost Rider is not afraid, but still has some troubles. Boom. The frost beast swept all the way and crushed the demonized quinjet into a discus. The hellfire quickly gathered, and Robbie walked out of the ruins. Sin. Killing. Judgment. All those who are guilty must be judged. The burning skull attracted everyone's attention, and the deep pupils shot out 2 rays of light. That was the Eye of Judgment. The demon eye swept across, and the souls of one frost giant after another were burned. They suffered the torture of sin and endless pain. The pain experienced by all the victims emerged one by one, and every frost giant felt the same. Then died. Then, his soul was devoured in the wailing, becoming the nourishment of the spirit of revenge. Robbie was silent, dragging the chain towards the frost beast. He raised his hand, and the chain-burning hellfire hit the head of the frost beast, but a series of crisp sounds like golden stone, but it was ineffective. The strength is not bad, but the equipment is a little lacking. Lao Wang pondered for 2 seconds, and whispered, Azeroth, give me a chain. Chapter 290, Saint Seiya, Ghost Knight, Death Knight. Second update. There are many chains in World of Warcraft, but the most famous and impressive one is the Lich's chain. Those heroes who believe in Storm must fire, must be very clear about this. Through certain rituals, a sufficiently powerful mage can transform his body into a lich form, immortal and indestructible, gaining eternal life, so that he can use infinite life to pursue infinite knowledge and truth. Freed from the shackles of flesh and blood, the lich's body is only bones. Most liches will use chains to wrap their bodies, to maintain the majesty and terror of the lich, and also for defense and attack, just like Shun's Nebula chain. Kel'Thuzad is one of the best. As the most powerful and amazing lich in World of Warcraft, the chain he uses to wrap his body is naturally the best of the best. This chain was personally given by Lich King Ner'zhul, and the craftsmanship was done by the Spider Demons, using the unique metal serenite in Arctic Northrend. This precious metal, created by the ancient god Yogg-Saron, is a rare epic material in the outside world. It is also the favorite of the Lich King, the Death Knight, and the Scourge. Because it is soaked in the will of the old gods, serenite will cause corruption and degeneration that mortals cannot resist. But for liches and death knights who are originally dead creatures, this is completely immune. The Lich King Ner'zhul is a demigod-like existence. The enchanted chain he personally bestowed is naturally very extraordinary. Even among all epic equipment, it is a rare boutique, worth 1 gram of Azeroth's blood. The old king is rich and powerful, so he naturally doesn't care about these, and directly exchanges it. A chain exuding the breath of death, frost, and shadow appeared in the old king's hand. "Robbie, take it." The old king raised his hand, and the chain flew across a distance of 3,000 meters, and flew in front of Robbie. TSK, this is not bad, barely usable. The exclamation of the spirit of revenge came from his body, and Robbie held one end of the chain. The hellfire spread, engulfed the chain, and its appearance began to change. Kil'Thuzad was the Archmage of the Kirin Tor during his lifetime, and the right-hand man of the Lich King Arthas after his death. He held a high position, and wore a sacrificial crown on his head, which symbolized his nobility. His chain was naturally luxurious and exquisite. Under the demonic transformation of hellfire, the epic equipment that was originally filled with the breath of death became wild and hideous, with the taste of hell everywhere. The death energy that once devoured countless flesh and blood creatures, the shadow energy from the old gods, the frost power from the Arctic Northrend, and the dark energy from hell were integrated into the exclusive equipment of the Ghost Rider. Epic materials, demigod enchantments. The quality of this chain was pushed to the legendary level. According to the standards of this world, it is already the lowest quality artifact, the same level as Sif's sword and shield armor. Ghost Rider, Death Knight. It seems that something is missing. Yes, the Death Knight seems to be a plate armor profession. One after another, the Death Knight emerged in his mind. Arthas, Talon Bloodfiend, High Lord Mograine, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Arthas's armor is of course the best, but the problem is that it's too expensive. The others are all pretty good, but this is reality, not a game. And there is a very important problem. It doesn't fit. Glancing at Robbie's skeleton, Lao Wang searched his memory, and soon a thin high elf figure appeared in his mind. "Azeroth, exchange it for Kol Tiradith Wyver's armor for me." The next moment, 1 gram of Azeroth's blood disappeared. "Robbie, I hope you are worthy of this armor. Don't insult Kol Tira's heroic spirit." Next, a set of slender Death Knight armor appeared, and as Lao Wang raised his hand, it flew in front of Robbie. "Hey, this one is not bad either, put it on quickly." The hellfire spread again, and the armor was completely demonized in less than 10 seconds and automatically flew onto the body. The burning skeleton body was wrapped in hard armor, with only 2 balls of hellfire showing at the eyes. I seem to sense an unyielding soul, an unruly will. Robbie raised his head slowly. "Go ahead, Saint Seiya." Death Knight. Ghost Knight Robbie. Lao Wang was full of expectations. "It's your turn." Facing the frost giant that was running towards him, Robbie suddenly swung his hand. Kil'Thuzad's chain wrapped around the frost giant's head, and the tip at the end pierced into it fiercely. The hellfire spread along the shackles and invaded the enemy's body. The next moment, the frost giant howled in pain, then rolled in the howling, and died in the rolling. Even if he could kill an ant casually, Robbie pulled his hand back, retracted the chain, and wrapped it around his body. Dozens of frost giants rushed over. Then they died. Kil'Thuzad's chain danced in the sky like a steel snake, destroying all enemies who tried to get close, and resisting all damage. One by one, ice cones and ice spears broke through the defense, and were blocked by Kol Tira's armor. The Death Knight is the master of frost. Kol Tira's armor itself has strong frost resistance, not to mention that it is made of the same serenite as the chains, which is much more valuable than gold titanium alloy. No one can hurt the Ghost Rider. No one can stop the Ghost Rider. Wherever he goes, there is a blank. War never belongs to individuals. But when individuals are strong enough, they have the ability to influence the situation of war. The fully grown Ghost Rider is no longer the original Robbie. Countless sinful souls have pushed him to a height that ordinary superheroes can only look up to, and even Thor is surprised. Where do so many powerful characters come from in Midgard? He was stunned and compared secretly. The energy controlled by the Ghost Rider obviously did not reach his level, but the dark energy from the dimension of hell had very special properties, which was on the same level as the power of Asgard. Dark, cold, and corrupt, it seemed to devour everything. More importantly, there seemed to be an extremely powerful soul hidden in that guy. That is a soul that is above all gods, with a very high status, almost no worse than the father of all gods. Although it cannot be fully released due to physical weakness, just like Brother Wang, even the part that is released is not much weaker than himself. What is going on? Leaders of countries around the world, heads of major organizations, and Cheebles also saw this scene, and they were both afraid and eager for the ability of Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider is the natural enemy of criminals, and some of them are not clean. Ludan and the 5 members of the Security Council also saw this scene, and once again firmly determined to accelerate the second stage of the Cosmic Cube. A guy who is uncontrollable, does not accept the leadership of SHIELD, is extremely powerful, and has an immortal body, which makes them extremely afraid. Such a guy, like the Destroyer, is an existence that modern technology cannot deal with. Although Ghost Rider has joined the SHIELD Bureau and nominally accepts the leadership of the Security Council, but his style of punishing criminals when he sees them is not welcomed by this world because the world itself is not clean. Most people are in a sub-healthy state, not only physically, but also mentally. If the Ghost Rider is judged by his standards, then at least 90% of the world's people are guilty. The most important thing is, Ghost Rider actually accepted the leadership of Director Wang. The Hulk and Bronsky the Abomination are also in his hands. There is also Shockwave, whose potential is no less than that of Ghost Rider and the Hulk. Behind him are the mysterious Kunlun, the Afterlife, and Kamataj. All of this does not belong to the Bureau of Divine Sticks or the Security Council. It only belongs to Director Wang. Is Director Wang's power too strong? Is it already out of control? In the eyes of those real big shots, Director Wang is no longer the leader of a new organization, but a special existence worthy of fear. At this moment, Heimdall, sitting diagonally on the throne belonging to the father of the gods, Loki saw everything by manipulating the Destroyer. Is that the power of Ghost Rider, the spirit of vengeance? As Asgard's best student, Loki has been studying hard and making progress every day while Thor, Sif and others are sleeping in class. He knows more about the secrets of the 9 realms than 10 Thors. The spirit of vengeance, a being second only to the father of the gods. He is immortal. Loki felt something was not right. The other party was obviously well prepared. The Ghost Rider alone was enough to destroy thousands of frost giants, and who knew how many more tricks the other party had. The Destroyer and the frost giants might not succeed. We can't wait any longer. The plan must be carried out in advance. He walked into the temple and inserted the Spear of Eternity into the pedestal. The rainbow bridge opened and a group of frost giants appeared. The leader was obviously stronger than the others, and he exuded energy fluctuations that were no less than the Destroyer. Welcome to Asgard. Loki's cold face showed a gloomy smile. Frost King, Laufey. Chapter 291. We have Hulk. Monthly tickets plus. Ghost Rider is not the only focus. The second Quinjet hovered in the sky and emptied all its ammunition in less than 3 minutes. The hatch opened and a group of people fell from the sky. The leader was Daredevil Matt, followed by Stickman and Black Sky Erica, and behind them, there were a few more unfamiliar faces. This world has never lacked evil, nor heroes. Ghost Rider is not the only vigilante, nor is Daredevil. The world is big and small, and their actions soon attracted several anti-heroes who also have a sense of justice, and are willing to do whatever it takes to punish evil. Following closely behind was a fully armed veteran with more than a dozen weapons and equipment hanging all over his body, the Punisher. This former member of the US Marine Corps is another Bronsky-like character, but stronger and more comprehensive. He is the best Special Forces soldier and a friend of Ludan. There are not many people who can be recognized by Ludan and considered to have level 10 agent capabilities. Black Widow is one, the future Shockwave is one, and the Punisher is also one. Like Hawkeye, the Punisher represents the pinnacle of ordinary people, whether in physical fitness or skills. He quickly gained Robbie's recognition and taught Robbie a lot of things, and then met Robbie and Daredevil Matt and others. Ghost Rider has always been alone and does not need help, but the Punisher does. He and Matt have the same temperament, fighting style and unscrupulous temperament, and are similar to Erica, so they formed a team to punish evil, the Defenders. Under the deliberate guidance of Lao Wang, the Defenders quickly absorbed two other members, Jessica Jones, who can fly, and Luke Cage, who is invulnerable. The average strength of the Defenders is not strong, but when several people get together, they are also a strong fighting force. They cut in from the flank and stopped a small group of frost giants. There are 3 Quinjets in the Schengen Bureau, and the last one belongs to Bucky, the Winter Soldier. Steve. He glanced at Captain America fighting with the destroyer in the distance. His face was a little complicated, then cast his eyes on the battlefield below and jumped with a parachute on his back. Immediately afterwards, another figure fell from the sky. Hey, Sky, what are you doing? Where's the parachute? Where's my parachute? You pushed me down without giving me a parachute. You're going too far. I'm telling you I won't let that guy out, not even if I die. I'm going to die. I'm dead. Hulk, come out. After a series of screams, Dr. Banner fell from a height of more than 1,000 meters, and then fell to the ground. After untying the parachute in midair, the Winter Soldier rolled forward to relieve the force, glanced at Dr. Banner lying motionless on the ground, and shook his head gently. Could Sky be mistaken? Could Dr. Banner really have died from the fall? TSK, so pitiful. He didn't have time to sigh. He picked up the automatic rifle and started to attack. Special bullets hit the frost giants one by one, shot into their bodies, and then exploded. Half a minute later, all the bullets were used up. The Winter Soldier threw away his hot weapons and started hand-to-hand combat. The physical fitness of the super soldier is similar to that of the frost giant. His rich combat experience and mechanical arms made of secondary adamantium alloy allow him to handle the siege of more than a dozen frost giants with ease. But as the number of enemies increases, and a large number of frost spells are targeted, the Winter Soldier feels more and more difficult. Looking at the humans who are trapped in a difficult battle, the leading frost giant has a mocking sneer on his face. Haha, weak humans. He is Betrol, less than 1% of the elite, and a close follower of the Frost King Laufey. He is the leader of 100 frost giants and a warrior among warriors. He has experienced the Norwegian War 1,000 years ago. He once slaughtered thousands of Midgard civilians, and killed dozens of Asgard warriors with his own hands. He even ignored the so-called 3 warriors. And now, he has another insignificant soul under his command, which is not worth mentioning. Raise your hand. A large amount of frost power condenses into ice spikes that are harder than steel. Swing. It is about to pierce the body of the Winter Soldier. At this moment, Betrol saw a sneer on the face of the Winter Soldier. Strange, he can still laugh when he is about to die. Then, he heard the voice of the Winter Soldier. Don't look at me like that. Although I don't understand what you are saying, I can guess it. First of all, I'm not weak. You are not my opponent if we fight alone. Secondly, we have Hulk. What? Betrol was confused. I didn't understand what you were saying, but I always felt something was wrong. I should be a hunter. Why do I feel like the prey is being targeted by the hunter? Bang. The frost giant flew to the side. He felt that the ice layer on his body was completely shattered, and ice debris splashed everywhere. All his bones seemed to be broken, but he didn't feel any pain, because even his nerves were completely shattered. He knocked away more than a dozen frost giants along the way, flew more than 100 meters, and finally stopped. His strong physique prevented him from dying or fainting on the spot, and the right angle allowed him to see everything. What is that? A green monster? The Midgardians are ugly enough. How can there be such an ugly guy? How can it be so strong? The height and physique of only 2 meters and 5 meters could not scare the frost giant who was not afraid of death. One after another, the frost giants rushed up and flew backwards. This green-skinned guy was even more terrifying than the previous fire-headed man. Bettler couldn't help shouting, "Don't get close to him. Use spells to attack him. Let the frost giants deal with him." The frost giants cast spells in a hurry. In less than 10 seconds, dozens of ice cones fell on the green giant, and then it was useless. It couldn't even break the skin. 2 frost giants rushed over. They came from opposite directions, each weighing dozens of tons, the same level as the previous one. Seeing this scene, Bettler couldn't help cursing. What's going on? If he ran away, wouldn't you two bump into each other? Hey, the green-skinned monster didn't run away. Is he stupid? Bettler smiled. This is interesting. The impact force of the frost beast is definitely in the hundreds of tons level. It can even destroy the steel monster flying in the sky just now, not to mention a green monster that doesn't look very strong. Although in this way, the 2 frost beasts will still collide with each other, but they should not die. Well, that's it. Feeling the loss of vitality, Bettler had no regrets and looked satisfied. It's also good to see the enemy turned into meat paste before dying. Boom. The 2 beasts collided. Bettler closed his eyes and planned to enjoy the moment of peace before death. Strange, why did I hear the roar of the frost beast and the sound of breaking the air? Bettler opened his eyes. He saw an incredible scene. The 2 frost beasts were actually flying head to head in circles. Yes, they were flying. They stretched out a leg each, which was clamped by the green monster's arm, and spun like a gyroscope, so fast that almost only the afterimage was left. What's going on here? Bang! All the frost giants who tried to get close were smashed away by the spinning beasts. The force of hundreds of tons made it impossible for them to survive. They were bruised and knocked to death. Even the other frost beasts did not dare to approach, and stopped in their tracks. This scene was too horrifying. Whoosh, whoosh. Probably because he was tired of playing, the Hulk let go. The 2 frost beasts flew backwards, leaving 2 straight lines on the ground, killing countless frost giants along the way, and then died. Betrel sighed and closed his eyes. There is nothing to see. Although there are reinforcement, they are useless. That green monster is invincible. Even if he is thrown to Jotunheim, he is still invincible. Maybe even King Laufey is not his opponent. Our army of more than 10,000 is probably not enough for him to kill himself, right? Forget it. It has nothing to do with me. Ancestor Imi, here I come. Chapter 292. This is the only choice. First update. The battle continued. Looking at the invincible Ghost Rider and the Hulk, Sky fell from the sky. She was wearing the uniform designed by Fitz. Her forearms were made of alloy and mixed with 10% vibranium. It not only protected her bones, but also helped her better control the shockwave ability. Relying on the shockwave to buffer, Sky landed steadily. This is the center of the battlefield, full of powerful frost giants and behemoths. Alone. This is my battlefield. I also want to see where my limit is. Sky raised her hands and pointed forward. Dozens of frost giants rushed over, but Sky closed her eyes. Everything in the universe was vibrating. At this moment, Sky automatically blocked other vibrations and only kept the frost giants. Relying on the vibrations of various parts of the body, one enemy after another was outlined in her mind, which was clearer than seeing with her eyes. She felt the vibration of the ice layer all over her body, the vibration of blood and muscles, and the vibration of internal organs. Then among all the vibrations, she found the heart of the frost giant. The frequency was lower and more powerful. Yes, it's this frequency. Then, go to hell. 2 shockwaves were emitted from both hands. After a short adjustment, they maintained a roughly constant frequency. With her palms facing outward, Sky suddenly clenched her hands. Bang, bang. She heard the sound of her heart breaking, as if it was crushed by an invisible giant hand. A frost giant was casting a spell, but suddenly his body froze and fell to the ground. Another one rushed to Sky and fell to the ground. Then the third, the fourth, and the 100th. The frost giants were like dead grass after autumn, falling in the howling wind. Sky spun on the spot. In less than a minute, no living person could be seen within a kilometer of her. This scene shocked the world. The leaders of various countries sitting in front of the screen looked at each other. This shockwave girl seemed to be more terrifying than Ghost Rider and the Hulk. Her killing speed alone was almost the sum of all the others. How did a seemingly weak girl have the killing power comparable to that of an elite unit? However, before I could sigh, new changes occurred on the battlefield. Dozens of Iron Soldiers cut into the battlefield in a scattered manner. The combat effectiveness of Iron Soldiers is not as strong as imagined. Special missions are most suitable for them, not frontal battlefields. What's more, they fight on their own, belong to different countries and different forces, have different goals and purposes, and their functions are limited. Each Frost Giant is equivalent to the 5 Winter Soldiers imprisoned by S.H.I.E.L.D., and it is difficult to deal with. And just 1 minute later, a full 100 Iron Soldiers surrounded a huge circle, and under the control of someone, raised their arms at the same time. The loudspeaker was turned on, and Fitz's voice rang out throughout the battlefield. Frost Giants, you are surrounded. What kind of feat is it for one person to surround an entire world? Looking at the sky full of Azeroth Iron Soldiers, all the people around the world who were paying attention to this battlefield had a thought in their minds at the same time. A more terrifying existence than Iron Man has appeared. The technological content of Iron Man's suit may be higher than that of Azeroth Iron Soldiers, but there are also big problems. The first problem is production. Azeroth Iron Soldier has an increasingly complete production line, which is mainly used to produce the most core components. Other components are commissioned to 326 technology and arms companies from all over the world, and then sent to Azeroth Industries factory in Morocco for assembly. The most core technology is in the hands of Azeroth Industries. Relying on the help of the government and the large amount of wealth Iron Soldier has been able to achieve mass production, and there are sales channels, and the payment is fast. Iron Man's suit is different. Tony is unwilling to hand over the technology to the government, and even unwilling to hand over the Iron Man suit to the government. He is obstructed from all sides, and can only rely on his own strength. More than 90% of the components of the Iron Man suit are also produced by large companies in various countries in the world, but the final assembly is completed by Tony and Jarvis, and the work location is a villa in Manhattan, New York, Tony's new home. There is no perfect production line, and mass production has not been achieved. Each set of Iron Man suits is different. The second problem is licensing. Although Tony has resisted the pressure from the Pentagon and the Department of Defense with the support of SHIELD, his production is actually not allowed at the legal level, but everyone just turns a blind eye. Azeroth Industries has support from all sides. Director Wang is good at maneuvering, and his PI ability is 100 times stronger than that of the arrogant Tony, and the threat is also 100 times greater. Tony may never be able to create the Iron Legion and achieve the feat of one person surrounding 10,000 people, but Azeroth Industries can do it. Director Wang can do it. There is only one Ghost Rider, one Hulk, and one Shockwave Girl, but there can be 100, 1,000, and 10,000 Iron Soldiers. How terrifying would such an Azeroth industry and such a Director Wang be? Luden suddenly remembered Tony Stark's declaration in the Senate not long ago, that one person can protect the world. He obviously can't do it, but maybe Director Wang can do it. However, protecting the world means holding the whole world in your hands, which means threatening the whole world. Luden suddenly felt a chill in his heart, and at the same time, he was a little fortunate. If Director Wang has ambitions, with the power he has in his hands now, he can cause the Third World War at any time, manipulate any country in the world, kill anyone in the world, and quell any war or any civil unrest. One person's power can defeat a country. What kind of terrifying strong man is this? When he is angry, the princes are afraid, and when he lives in peace, the world is quiet. The voice of the Chinese parliamentarian sounded, with fear, envy, and pride. The power of the strategists in the spring and autumn period and the warring states period has been more perfectly reflected in the 21st century, and it is even stronger and more terrifying. Zhang Yi and Sukin can change the situation of an era with their own strength, and can make a country prosperous, or destroy a country. Director Wang does not have the ability to see through people's hearts, the ability to unravel complex situations, and the eloquence of eloquence. His abilities in all aspects can only be considered good, but he is still a little far from the elite, and a million miles away from the real genius. He doesn't need it. He is not a leader who has mastered the nuclear code. He himself is a nuclear weapon. Reusable and unlimited nuclear weapons. If you use the power of a common man to pry the situation of the world, you will be hurt by the situation. If you are not careful, any small mistake will lead to a complete loss and the death of the whole. The ending of Zhang Yi and Sukin is not very good. Director Wang will not. Humans have 100 ways to deal with those who have mastered the nuclear codes, but how to deal with nuclear weapons that can explode automatically at any time? Director Wang, the situation is set. Thinking of the instructions from the upper level, the Chinese congressman smiled. He did not keep all the benefits he got from Director Wang. Everything he did was not a secret, but was allowed by the upper level. Director Wang is in the United States, but his heart is in China. Although he did not leak the core secrets, the price of the steel soldier sold to China is much lower than that of other countries, and the quality is also better. According to the estimation of domestic scientific and technological personnel, Director Wang made almost no money. That's enough. One person surrounded 10,000 people. This is not just a superficial encirclement, it has practical significance. The speed of the steel soldiers is 100 times faster than that of the frost giants. Under Fitz's control, they did not cut into the battlefield, but kept wandering outside the battlefield. But as long as the frost giants tried to leave the battlefield, they would be besieged by them. It may be difficult for one steel soldier to stop dozens of frost giants, but 100 steel soldiers can even destroy the frost behemoths. The 3 Quinjet fighters carried not only Ghost Rider, Hulk, and Sky, but also a large amount of munitions. In addition to the one carrying Ghost Rider, the other 2 carried 20 tons of munitions. They could be reloaded at any time for the Iron Soldiers who had run out of ammunition. More than 1,000 small arc reactors could allow all Iron Soldiers to fly around the Earth 10 times at a speed of Mach 5, or fire the arc pulse cannon on their chests 100 times at full power. For this war, the total value of the munitions invested by Lao Wang was more than 10 billion, at least 50 billion. No one could break through the interception of the Iron Soldiers. In Morocco, thousands of miles away, Fitz single-handedly stopped all the frost giants who tried to escape. He was the real controller of this battlefield. Almost. Lao Wang counted with his fingers and looked up at the sky. Heimdall, I know you've been watching me. Odin is in danger, and I'm the only one who can save him now. Open the Rainbow Bridge and take me up. If you don't want Odin to die, or wake up early, this is the only choice. Chapter 293 Thor, Am I Abandoned Again? Part 2. Asgard, Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall remained motionless with his hands holding the sword. 10 minutes ago, he was frozen by Loki with the icebox. The frost giant's artifact completely imprisoned his vital signs and cut off his connection with Asgard, so he couldn't use his own power. But he could still hear and see. He could see everything he wanted to see, including the ongoing war in Midgard. In the entire 9 realms, he might not be the first in terms of knowledge and the most secrets, but he could definitely be ranked in the top 3, second only to the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One. Even Odin couldn't compare to him in this regard. Asgard's divine power and the sword in his hand gave him the ability to see and hear all the 9 realms, and even to the depths of the universe. Even if he was on a planet light years away, as long as someone called him, he could instantly sense the person's existence and see and hear everything about that person. As the guardian of Asgard and the keeper of the Rainbow Bridge, he had great authority and strength. So powerful that even the icebox could not completely isolate him from the outside world and seal his power. His own divine power was enough to destroy the icebox's imprisonment and then open the Rainbow Bridge, but it could only be done once, so he had to wait for the best opportunity. He understood what Odin meant, and the best opportunity was for Thor to wake up. However, Thor had not woken up until now. Loki opened the Rainbow Bridge and summoned Laufey and the ice giants, heading towards Odin's bedroom, not far away. Asgard's defense system was closed by Loki with the Spear of Eternity. No matter how elite the gods were, they could not stop the powerful Laufey, not to mention Loki. Odin's slumber had not ended yet, and he needed more time. Once Laufey arrived at the bedroom, Frigga alone would definitely not be able to stop him. At that time, Odin would be forced to interrupt his slumber and wake up forcibly. His life, which was only a few years left, would be shortened again, and the trial against Thor would fail. What should I do? Heimdall was very anxious. At this moment, he heard a voice from the underworld. Immortal Iron Fist? Heimdall didn't have a good impression of this generation of Immortal Iron Fist. Odin's situation was worse than expected. It all came down to the battle with the immortal Iron Fist and the warning of the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One. This time of slumber would definitely be longer than any previous time. He had been staring at Midgard. The wisdom accumulated over thousands of years allowed him to see the immortal Iron Fist's plan at a glance. It wasn't mean, but it wasn't noble either. How could I respond to such a person's request? We are enemies. Heimdall decided to wait. Suddenly, a majestic and tired voice sounded. Promise him, Heimdall. It was Odin. Heimdall was puzzled. Why? As a minister, he should not question the king, let alone the king of Asgard, who is the most powerful in the entire universe. But Heimdall has a special status. His importance is second only to the king, and he has lived long enough to follow Odin when he was young, so it is naturally different. The 9 realms are one. The Ancient One would not fail to understand this. Asgard will not go to war with Midgard, and the Ancient One does not want me to die so soon. She cannot suppress the escaped Hela now. Odin said, the immortal Iron Fist is the guardian of Midgard chosen by the Ancient One. He is here to help me. But Thor. Only if he leaves Midgard can Thor have a chance to pass the trial. Odin's voice was filled with helplessness. He is shrouded in a mist that even I cannot see through. The destroyer cannot stop him, and neither can the frost giants. He has been holding back just to cooperate with me. This is a deal. Deal. Heimdall was slightly startled. He actually dares to make a deal with you? Isn't he afraid that you will slap him to death after you wake up? He must have something we don't know about. His weak body hides a soul that is no weaker than mine. He seems to have the ability to open a space-time channel. Behind him stands a being similar to the Trinity of Vishanti and Dormammu. He is not afraid of me. Odin said, time is running out. Open the Rainbow Bridge immediately. Follow your orders. Heimdall responded respectfully. The next moment, a golden light shot out of his eyes. A crack appeared in the ice on his face, and then a second one. In less than 3 seconds, dozens of cracks appeared and spread all over his body. Suddenly all the ice shattered, and Heimdall broke free. The ice giant in charge of guarding found something unusual and rushed over. However, with a flash of sword light, 2 elite level ice giants fell to the ground. They couldn't even see how Heimdall made his move. The gap between them was like the bright moon and an ant. Heimdall turned around, barely lifted the sword, and inserted it into the base. He exhausted the last bit of his divine power, and his soul, which was eroded by the icebox, was completely unconscious, and his spirit fell into a weak state that had never been seen in thousands of years. A colorful beam of light fell from the sky and hit Lao Wang. Feeling the pulling force that would soon disappear, Lao Wang quickly said, Fitz, remember to control the Iron Soldiers, to take away the most precious spoils. If you can capture as many alive as possible, capture as many alive as possible. If you can't capture them alive, take away their bodies and weapons and equipment. Sky, after defeating the destroyer, remember to take it away. Don't leave it to SHIELD and the US military. Wait for me to come back. Miss Sif, let's go. A big hand of true energy pulled Sif over. The next moment, the two disappeared. Seeing Lao Wang disappear, Thor was stunned, and the 3 warriors were also stunned. Heimdall didn't respond to my call, but responded to Director Wang's call. Who is the future king of Asgard? Heimdall, you are wrong, or, in fact, Director Wang is the real son of Odin, and Loki and I have been keeping him for fun for so many years. Director Wang actually took Sif away, but not me. Who is your brother? Could it be that they are taking Sif back to be the queen? Think about it, how could it be so possible? King, you have changed. For a moment, Thor was disheartened. I seem to have been abandoned again. The old king has experienced many teleportations and is very experienced. From single person teleportation to group teleportation, from short distance teleportation to interstellar teleportation, and then to plane teleportation and space-time teleportation. I have long been accustomed to it. I'm even a little tired of it, but this time is different. Maybe it is because the distance is too far, or maybe it is because the principle is different. The teleportation of the Rainbow Bridge took too long. After wandering in the colorful channel for a full 20 seconds, seeing planets and galaxies passing by in front of him, the old king finally came to another world. Is this Asgard? In front of him is a spherical temple, a temple for Heimdall alone. This is the end of the Rainbow Bridge, and it is also the input port of the energy of the entire Rainbow Bridge, and the control panel of the Rainbow Bridge. In the distance, you can see a magnificent and huge city, which looks like a castle magnified thousands of times, magnificent and towering into the clouds. That is the center of Asgard. Surrounded by mountains and numerous buildings, the center is Odin's residence, Asgard's palace. Between Odin's palace and Heimdall's temple is a long colorful passage. That is the materialized Rainbow Bridge. Of course, this is just an appearance. The Rainbow Bridge exists forever, and this long colorful bridge was built by Asgard to facilitate the use of the power of the Rainbow Bridge. It is the first artifact of Asgard. It is the embodiment of all the divine power of Asgard, and it is even more powerful than Odin himself. The old king released his spirit, and in a short breath, he looked all over Asgard, and finally locked his eyes on the palace. He sensed an extremely powerful energy entity that was almost comparable to the Titan Guardian, constantly swallowing and spitting out the divine power of Asgard, powerful and aging, excited and dim. It was like a last gasp. That was Odin. Next to Odin was a woman wearing luxurious clothes and looking a little weak. She is the queen of Asgard, the pride of the Vanir, the goddess of sky and earth believed by the Norse people, Frigga, and the adoptive mother of Thor and Loki. Yes, Loki is not her biological child, nor is Thor. Thor's mother is the earth goddess Gaia, who died long ago because of exhaustion of life. As Odin's wife, Frigga has been protecting Odin and is the last line of defense for Odin's life safety. And now, this line of defense is about to be broken. Cold frost patterns suddenly appeared on the golden wall, and the biting cold continued to spread. The frost power from Heimdall eroded the palace, driving away the Asgardian power that had lost control because Odin was sleeping, and the defense system was closed. He's coming. Frigga realized that something was wrong. She glanced at Odin, turned around and pulled out a sword from the weapon rack beside the bed. A sword enchanted by Odin himself. Frigga took a deep breath. She was not much younger than Odin. Although she still looks young, she is old and her physique is no longer what it used to be. She is not even as strong as Sif. Her divine power is slowly fading from her body, and her strength is far less than before. She is not a native Asgardian, but a member of the Vanir next door. Although marrying to Asgard has allowed her to gain the favor of Asgard, she does not have the characteristic of Asgardians becoming stronger as they age. After all, this is not Vanaheim. But now, she can only choose to fight. The door opened. Laufey appeared. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 294, Loki, do you want to kill your father? Rewards and more. In the Heimdall temple, the old king frowned slightly. Never underestimate the melee ability of a magician, especially the magicians of Marvel. Frigga is not only the most amazing witch in Asgard, but also the goddess of war. In Odin's most glorious era, she was also one of the leaders of the Valkyries. Half of the heroes in the Hall of Valor belonged to Odin and the other half belonged to her. Although her strength is far inferior to Odin, she is stronger than Loki. Her fighting ability is better than Malekith, and her magic is even better than her fighting ability. However, facing the still strong Frost King, Frigga's result can only be failure. Then Loki, who has been lurking nearby for a long time, will appear in time, kill Laufey, become a hero in everyone's eyes, complete a feat that even Thor cannot accomplish, get Odin's recognition, and become the new king of Asgard. This is Loki's plan. The old king is not used to waiting for the plot to develop quietly. Since he is here, of course he has to destroy it. Sif, take good care of your brother, and then go to the king's bedroom to find me immediately. The old king gave an instruction and his soul left his body. This is Asgard. Loki shut down many defense systems along the way, but Asgard's overall defense is still there. Outsiders are not allowed to teleport here, even if the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One comes. In addition to the power of Asgard, all external energies are suppressed and weakened, including Laufey's frost power and Lao Wang's elemental energy. But there are two kinds of power that will not be weakened, because Asgard also has them. That is the power of life itself and soul energy. The temple is too far away from Odin's bedroom. Even at the speed of Thor, it will take about 2 or 3 minutes to fly. Even if you transform into Storm Spirit, it will be too late. The speed of soul flight is much faster than Storm Spirit. This is the only way. Sif, who had no idea what was going on, was completely stunned. She was still fighting the destroyer at the time. Just as I was about to sneak attack from behind and stab that guy with a sword, I was suddenly grabbed by Director Wang. It seemed that he was holding my waist. No wonder it was a bit awkward. Teleported here. Then asked me to take care of my brother. Wait, brother? Only then did she notice that her brother had fallen to the ground and was in a coma. Brother. She hurriedly checked and found that Heimdall had no divine power at all. A cold force invaded his body and was destroying his vitality. That was the frost power of Jotunheim. Damn, the frost giants invaded Asgard and Odin was in danger. Sif hurriedly got up and was about to go to the king's bedroom, but was suddenly stunned. Hey, why is Director Wang gone? Thinking of what Director Wang said just now, Sif understood something. He asked me to take good care of my brother and then go to the king's bedroom to find him? So he has gone there? Director Wang's strength is almost as strong as Thor. Even if Laufey comes, he is not afraid. With him, the father of the gods is safe. Thinking of this, Sif finally calmed down. She didn't know how to treat injuries. She could only throw Heimdall on her shoulders and run towards the healing room. Everything was just as Lao Wang expected. Frigga was no match for Laufey. Even though he was suppressed by the power of Asgard, he was still much stronger than Frigga. He easily defeated Frigga and came to Odin. Looking at Odin lying motionless on the bed, Laufey had a complicated expression. After thousands of years of entanglement and torture, the feelings between him and this old rival were only understood by the two of them. Odin had the opportunity to kill him more than once, but he gave up every time. He knew better than anyone why. Odin, you are not as tough as before. You are actually soft. Odin, it is said that you can still hear and see. I hope this is true, because in this way, you can personally feel the pain of death. It was me, Laufey, who killed you. It's over, father of the gods. Laufey turned over Odin's eyelids with one hand and raised the other hand. A large amount of frost power condensed into an ice thorn. It was about to pierce Odin's body. At this moment, Loki suddenly appeared. His face showed 3 parts of excitement, 3 parts of viciousness, 3 parts of joy, and 1 part of evil. Then he raised the eternal spear. It was aimed at Laufey. Soon he would complete what he had always wanted to do, becoming a hero of Asgard, which made him focus all his attention on Laufey and ignore the changes around him. Changes in time and space, changes in souls, changes in energy. An invisible soul suddenly appeared behind Laufey. Then in the next moment, it turned into a slightly fat body. Soul body dual division and transfer. This is a wonderful way of transformation, involving the connection between life and soul. It has nothing to do with spatial displacement or wormhole jump. It has something to do with the transformation between energy and matter. It is a mystery that can only be used but not described. Knowing it but not knowing why. Lao Wang appeared. His slightly white and delicate big hand pressed on Laufey's back. The whole body's true energy turned into a slender golden dragon and drilled into Laufey's body. In less than 1 second, Lao Wang slapped 17 palms in a row. The deafening roar sounded 17 times in a row. Thunder break. Puff. Laufey pounced forward. He was about to have a close mouth-to-mouth contact with Odin. A hand grabbed his neck. Pulled back. Laufey struggled desperately, but he couldn't do it at all. He could only watch Odin getting farther and farther away, his eyes dimming. The next moment, the old king put his fingers together as a sword and poked Laufey's fatal point. This was certainly not a fatal point in the physical sense. The old king's eyes only saw the crisscrossing energy field. Laufey's energy field was much stronger than Loki's, but it was not very stable. Fury of Thunder amplified this instability, destroying the perfect cycle of the energy field and, by the way, destroying Laufey's physiological structure. And now, one finger poked a crucial node among the tens of millions of energy lines. Touch of Samsara. You are not. A strong enough individual will always have some enlightenment before death, but he no longer has the opportunity to say it. The touch of Samsara completely destroyed his energy field, deprived him of his vitality, and even shattered his soul. The old king reached out and grabbed it. Laufey's body disappeared. At the same time, Loki's killing move was finally released. The tip of the Eternal Spear was originally aimed at Laufey. When Laufey disappeared, his tip was naturally aimed at Odin. The activated killing move could not be stopped, and Loki's face suddenly changed. This is different from the script. I want to kill Laufey, not Odin. If I kill Odin, how can I get his recognition and become king? No. On the other side, Frigga, who was severely injured by Laufey, finally recovered and saw this scene. What? Loki actually wants to kill Odin? He wants to kill his adoptive father? How could this happen? No. Odin, who was lying on the bed, was also confused. This doesn't seem to be the script I wrote. In order for Loki to kill Laufey, I deliberately opened all the permissions of the Eternal Spear. Although Loki is not my son, and cannot activate the full power of the Eternal Spear, this attack is definitely at the level of a sub-father. Laufey cannot resist it, and my aging body cannot resist it either. So in the end, I can only wake up early? No. Alas. Odin sighed in his heart, and didn't know what to say. The script was clearly written well. Loki will kill Laufey. Thor will awaken, and become the true king of Asgard. Everything will be fine. But now, everything has changed. Odin sighed and decided to open his eyes. At this moment, he heard a chuckle. At the most critical moment, the old king used his not particularly tall body to block Odin. Don't be afraid, I'm here for everything. A holy light came from nowhere, and fell on the old king, turning into a golden shield. Holy shield, High Lord Tyrion Fording version. Boom. The golden light shot by the Eternal Spear, collided with the holy shield. Then it exploded. The dazzling golden light quickly disappeared, and the holy shield on the old king was still there. That was close. The old king was scared. Odin almost woke up early. It doesn't matter if he lives a few years less. The problem is that, if he wakes up, how can the following plot continue? For my benefit, you should continue to sleep. This is a strange power. I have traveled the universe for thousands of years, and have never seen it. Odin's soul fluctuated, and gave up waking up early. The mind locked on Lao Wang. He was in doubt. Just now, he sensed the power of time and space distortion, and from an invisible and undetectable universe, came that incomparably pure light. This is a very special energy, which seems to be related to light, representing the light in the light, and is exactly the opposite of Dormammu's dark dimension energy, and is a natural enemy. He tried to infiltrate a ray of mental power into it, and traveled back in the time and space channel, to explore the other side of the channel, and see what kind of universe it was. But he failed. The time and space channel was quickly cut off, and his spirit completely disappeared, which made him have to sleep for several more hours. Although he didn't get the answer he wanted, at least he figured out one thing. Behind the immortal Iron Fist is a real universe, not a pocket universe like Asgard and Kunlun, which only has one planet or even the size of a mountain. It's not even an extra dimension independent of the parallel universe, similar to Hell or the Dark Dimension. It's a real universe. Maybe it's a parallel universe. Maybe it's a multiverse that doesn't belong to the existing system. This generation of immortal Iron Fist is indeed more profound than imagined. I won't live for a few more years. Such an existence. If you can avoid provoking it, don't provoke it. It doesn't matter if I die. I can't betray my son and bring terrible enemies to Thor and Asgard. Odin. Frigga rushed over. Seeing that Odin was fine, she was relieved and looked at Loki with confusion and disappointment in her eyes. Loki, what are you doing? Do you want to kill your father? Thanks to for the 1000 reward. Chapter 295. Icebox. Please subscribe. Loki panicked. He had only the respect for Odin that a child has for his father, but they were not close enough. Frigga was different. He was raised by Frigga since he was a child. When others were paying attention to Thor, saying how much Thor looked like Odin, and that he would definitely become a king in the future, only Frigga was with him, and raised him like a little princess. Frigga spent more time with him than with Thor and Odin combined. She was really like a loving mother. Everything he had now was given by Frigga. He cared about Odin's opinion, but if he really had to make a choice, he might take action against Odin. But for Frigga, he would never take action against her. Mother, let me explain. Loki was about to say something when he heard the old king chuckle. What to explain? Explain why you sent the destroyer to hunt down Thor? Why did you freeze Heimdall? Why did you collude with Laufey and lead him to attack Asgard and Midgard? Frigga was stunned. What? Loki? What on earth did you do? My adopted son wants to kill my other adopted son and my husband? What did I do wrong in my previous life? It's you. It's all you. Loki looked at the old king, his teeth itching with anger. He finally figured it out. Everything was done by this guy. It was him who stopped the destroyer. It was him who led the people to defeat the frost giants. It was him who awakened Heimdall, killed Laufey, and made me aim my fatal blow at Odin. It was him who made me become a bad guy who killed my father and brother in front of my mother and completely cut off my path to becoming a king. All of this is because of him. Go to hell. Loki raised the spear of eternity and aimed at the old king. Bang. The old king rolled on the ground and came in front of Loki. Then he suddenly punched the prince with a dual identity and knocked him away and rushed forward. A dragon shadow accompanied by a fist shadow hit Loki. Then the second and third. 1 punch. 2 punches. 100 punches. Endless dragon shadows wrapped Loki, looking like the legendary Lushan 100 dragon tyrant. Loki had no power to fight back. The old king's fists rained down on his face, each of which had a force of 100 tons. Even the hardest steel could not bear it. The problem was that Loki was thick-skinned enough. His energy field was very special. The frost power from Jotunheim was hidden deep in his body, only slightly worse than Laufey. On the outer layer, it was a special energy field constructed by Odin using runes, forming the Asgard power layer, which changed Loki's body structure and connected his body to Asgard. Even Heimdall could not see through it. He possessed 2 powers at the same time. All along, Odin's runes suppressed the frost power, but the 2 powers still increased the body. In terms of physique alone, he even surpassed Laufey and Frigga, and was no less than Thor, who inherited the genes of the mother of the earth Gaia. The old king's fists could even deform the armor of the destroyer, make the Hulk feel pain, and knock out the abomination Bronski. But it could only deform Loki's old face, and want to break through the protection of a double layer of power, and destroy Loki's vitality in the same way as before. Obviously, it is impossible. With the blessing of Asgard's power, Loki's energy intensity has steadily reached the level of demigod, even stronger than Laufey. This guy is not easy to deal with. Lao Wang suddenly felt something was wrong. Why does it feel like Loki is the perfect protagonist template compared to Thor? If I had traveled through time and space to become Loki, wouldn't my development speed be 100 times faster than it is now? Think about what Loki has. In terms of backers, there is Odin, the father of the gods, who is at the level of a father, Frigga, the first witch in the 9 realms, Laufey, the king of frost, and Thor, the god of thunder, who has always loved him. In terms of ability, he has the identity of an Asgardian bestowed by Odin himself, can use the power of Asgard, and has the frost bloodline from Laufey, and even more personal teaching from Freya. Even among all the wizards in the entire 9 realms, he can at least rank in the top 5. In terms of equipment, a set of artifacts is nothing. There are also higher level artifacts such as the Spear of Eternity and the Ice Box at your fingertips. In Odin's treasury, there are also the Eternal Fire, the Sphere of Agamotto, and the Infinite Gauntlet, right-hand version. With such good conditions, he ended up like this. Loki, you are so useless. Have you had enough? After being knocked away by Lao Wang again, Loki finally found a chance to escape 100 meters away with a face full of anger. I, Loki, the prince of Asgard, the son of Odin, the orthodox king of Jotunheim, the god of trickery, and the master of the 9 realms. The whole Asgard belongs to me. I stand here and there is an endless supply of divine power. And your power will continue to be consumed until it disappears completely. What? Before he finished speaking, he saw Lao Wang take out a palm-sized crystal bottle from his arms, opened the cork, and poured a small sip into his mouth. The next moment, Lao Wang's almost exhausted true energy became full again, and even a lot of it gushed out like a spring, because his body couldn't bear it. Excuse me, what did you say just now? Lao Wang put away the eternal water bottle and looked at Loki. Loki, what's the point of taking drugs? Well, even if your power cannot be used up in a short time, you are alone. I have the support of millions of people in Asgard. In the name of the King of Asgard, I, Loki, hereby summon the Asgardian gods. Puff. A fist landed on his face. What was in front of him was no longer Lao Wang's angry oriental face, but a fair and angry pretty face. Sif's face. Loki, Sif, who finally arrived and learned everything from Heimdall, was completely furious. You, damn it. The 30-ton fist fell on Loki's face, which was equivalent to a fighter jet falling from the sky 1,000 meters high onto a palm-sized face. This impact force, this pressure. The young second prince of Asgard once again became a human sandbag. Ah, I flew. Ah, I fell. Ah, my face hurts. Ah, my face is numb. Loki has never been so frustrated as today. Sif. However, how could Loki be so easy to deal with? After being beaten more than 100 times, he finally recovered and shot Sif away with a gun, then tightly grasped the Spear of Eternity. You force me to do this. All of you go to hell. A large amount of divine power poured into the Spear of Eternity from all directions, turning into a stunning shot of the sub-godfather level. Looking at Lao Wang, Loki hesitated for 0.01 seconds. This generation of immortal Iron Fist is too terrible. It can even block the Eternal Spear. This shot is probably ineffective. Then, Sif. We grew up together. I'm thinner than Thor. I'm more handsome than Thor. I'm more knowledgeable than Thor. I'm more amusing than Thor. I also turned your blonde hair into beautiful black hair. I'm so good to you. You. Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? Why do you always want to snatch Thor away and get in between me and Thor? Go to hell. Lao Wang snorted and instantly stood in front of Sif. Another holy shield blocked the Eternal Spear. 100 milligrams of Azeroth's blood disappeared silently. Feeling the power that destroyed $1 billion in an instant, Lao Wang couldn't help but feel distressed and angry. Odin. I helped you, and you didn't take back the authority of the Eternal Spear. He understood. In order to deal with Laufey, Odin completely opened the authority of the Eternal Spear. Otherwise, with Loki's strength, it would be impossible to kill Laufey. Because of the relationship with the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One, Odin certainly would not kill himself, and in fact he did not have the ability to kill himself. But he wanted to teach himself a lesson, and by the way, use Loki to delay time for his awakening. Of course, there is another idea, which is to use Loki to test his own trump card. As long as he does not take action personally, as long as he does not die, there is no question of offending the Supreme Sorcerer, and everything will be fine. It's just a fight between children. You can't always call the parents, right? The old ones are the wisest. Lao Wang snorted, feeling very unhappy. Damn it. Odin, you've gone too far. I will retaliate. Rolling on the ground with Sif in his arms, Lao Wang whispered, don't be afraid, it's okay. Sif. I'm Thor's Sif, not your wife. Can you please let go first, Director Wang? Also, please don't talk to me. This smell of alcohol, is it from drinking with Thor? Well, Director Wang's body is quite warm, not as hard as Thor and the others, but soft and comfortable to touch. Wait, why do I feel so cold all of a sudden? Sif looked up and saw a ray of ice blue light. The Spear of Eternity in Loki's hand had disappeared. Instead, there was a box about 20 centimeters square. In the metal frame of unknown material, there was a pale blue energy collection, which looked like the ice that had not melted for billions of years in Jotunheim. Endless icy divine power gushed out of the box, turning into fine ice crystals, enveloping her and Director Wang. That was a divine power that even exceeded Heimdall's, and she had only felt it on the body of the Father of the Gods. Obviously, it was a high-level artifact that was no less than the Spear of Eternity. There were not many such artifacts in the entire 9 realms, no more than 10. The extreme cold eroded the skin, eroded the flesh and blood, and even froze the soul. Thick ice condensed outside the body, freezing them into ice cubes. The two maintained a hugging posture. Sif put her hands on Lao Wang's chest, and Lao Wang put his hands on her waist. She was tall, almost the same height as Lao Wang. The two looked at each other, frozen at this moment. There was no way. They were completely frozen, and even their eyeballs could not move. Sif felt cold in her heart. The box in Loki's hand. Could it be the legendary Frost Giant artifact? The ice box that is listed alongside the Eternal Spear. Goodbye, Immortal Iron Fist, Sif. I don't have time to play with you. I have to destroy Jotunheim first. Loki snorted, put away the icebox, turned around and ran towards the direction of Heimdall's temple. Sif felt extremely cold. Her physique was worse than Heimdall's, and her divine power was far inferior. She had no way to resist the power of high-level artifacts. If Director Wang hadn't used his body to block the frontal impact of the icebox, she might have died at the first time. Although she is still alive now, she is frozen from body to soul. The high-level frost power was constantly eroding, destroying the vitality in her body and her soul. She had no way to resist it. Only death was waiting for her. Am I going to die? Thor, did you see that? I'm going to die, and die in the arms of a Midgard man. Everything is going to end. The soul was getting weaker and weaker. In despair, Sif closed her eyes. Chapter 296 Thor's Death. Part 1. New Mexico. Thor clenched his fists. For some reason, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine, as if some misfortune had befallen him, more terrifying than being exiled. This is not right. I have lost even my hammer, and Sif has been taken away by the King brothers. What else can I lose? Looking at the battle in the distance, Thor felt as aggrieved as he could be. He is the god of thunder, the future king of Asgard. For hundreds of years, he has always been at the forefront, clearing the way for his brothers and protecting their safety. And now, everyone is fighting, and only I, the god of thunder, am hiding far behind, like a poor, shivering earth woman. I, Thor, can't stand this humiliation. The war is getting more and more brutal. The Iron Soldiers suffered heavy losses. Although they have been wandering outside the battlefield, the Frost Giants also have long-range attack capabilities, and the power of frost spells is not weak at all. As long as they are hit with the defense capabilities of the Iron Soldiers, they can basically only be scrapped. Not to mention the Destroyer. The 2.0 version of the Destroyer, with Lao Wang away, single-handedly resisted the attacks of Iron Man, Thor, Captain America and the Three Warriors. Not only did it not lose the upper hand, but also had the ability to take care of the battlefield far away. Although Loki had no time to take care of it, he gave it an order to fight autonomously. It is not an ordinary armor, but the #1 divine armor in the 9 realms. Just like the broken hammer made of the same material, it is spiritual and intelligent, and especially created for fighting. Odin has endowed it with extremely strong combat wisdom and high combat literacy. The Frost Giant is a friendly party. Of course I have to help. The Destroyer deliberately pulled the two battlefields apart, and then took care of the second battlefield with its super long range attack ability. The divine power from Asgard continued to flow, turning into extremely high temperature flame beams, hitting one steel soldier after another, and the loss exceeded 20 in less than 10 minutes. The US government felt distressed. Director Wang and the governments of various countries will definitely not pay for this money, and the United States will have to pay for it in the end. It's strange. There is the Hand, Hydra, the Hulk, the Abomination, and Thor the Destroyer. Why do all these disasters happen in the United States? What did we, the United States, do to anyone? Captain America's strength with the hammer has increased dramatically, but no matter how much it increases, it is impossible to reach the level of Thor. He relies on the power of the hammer itself, while Thor relies on his own strength. The hammer is just a supplement. There is a big gap. If he were to deal with other people, such as the Hulk and the Abomination Bronski, he could still use his strong fighting ability to play with the opponent. But the Destroyer doesn't buy this. Although he looks like a person, he is not actually. Although the Destroyer also has joints, he can turn 360 degrees at will. How to fight? Without Lao Wang, Captain America is the strongest fighting force on the scene. If this is still the 1.0 version of the Destroyer, maybe he can defeat it by himself. But it is not. The 2.0 version of the Destroyer is at least 3 times, 5 times, or even 10 times stronger than the 1.0 version. The most important thing is, He has just got the hammer and has not yet reached the highest level of unity between man and hammer. Although the hammer is very sensible and knows that full cooperation is necessary in this situation, it is useless to cooperate without tacit understanding. The destroyer is almost unsolvable. Its defense is comparable to vibranium, its strength is comparable to the Hulk, its high temperature resistance is comparable to the Ghost Rider, its energy intensity exceeds Thor's hammer, its flexibility is even better than Iron Man, and its combat quality is better than Black Widow. How can we fight this? The flame beams are so hot that no one can stop them except Captain America, Ghost Rider, and Hulk. Without Lao Wang's restraint, the situation on the battlefield changed drastically in an instant. The situation is not good. Thor clenched his fists. Everyone was fighting. Iron Man was hit by the destroyer's flame beam and changed to the second set. Black Widow and Hawkeye were injured in many places. The cold buddy with the mechanical arm was besieged by dozens of frost giants and pressed to the ground. The firehead man wearing armor and holding chains is very powerful, but he was targeted by hundreds of giant wizards and was completely frozen. It is not known whether he can rush out. The woman who could send shockwaves was also very strong, but her weakness was also obvious. She was not strong enough. She was probably just like an ordinary Asgardian. Every time she sent shockwaves, her body would be burdened. Her shockwaves were getting weaker and weaker. It seemed that she could not last long. The green-skinned monster, who was almost as tall as the frost giant, was the only player who was not afraid of anything. He even dared to withstand the destroyer's fire beams. However, his weakness was more obvious. He seemed to have no IQ and could accidentally hurt his friends. Captain Rogers. With my hammer, he could fight the destroyer head on, but he was still a little bit worse than me. The three warriors. Where were the three warriors? Well, they all lay down, but their chests were still rising and falling. They would not die for the time being. Thor fell into deep self-blame. All this was because of me. It was me who attracted Loki, the destroyer and the frost giants. It was me who caused the deaths of so many people. He thought there were people among the Iron Soldiers. Thor really wanted to rush up and fight the destroyer for 300 rounds. But what was the use? He had no divine power, no hammer, and even no lunch. He was hungry, let alone the destroyer. Now even the most common frost giants can't be defeated. What should I do? Thor was completely desperate. He left the bunker and walked towards the battlefield. What is he doing? The three warriors helped each other to stand up, and Fandral murmured to himself, he has no divine power. Does he want to die? This is Thor. Volstagg was excited. I will never hide behind. Hogan shook his head. He will die and die without dignity. But this is his choice. Fandral took a deep breath. A warrior's choice. The choice of the Prince of Asgard. Such a choice can only be respected by anyone. When you think you are stopping him and saving his life for his own good, you are actually hurting him and showing the greatest disrespect to him. In the eyes of some people, some things are more terrifying than death. Farther away, Black Widow pressed the headset, and her heart was cold. Is that guy crazy? We have paid so much. Isn't it because we put the treasure on you? If you die like this, won't we be in trouble? For you, the Earth offended Loki and went to war with the frost giants. What if Earth cannot help you become the king of Asgard and cannot get Asgard as a powerful ally, but an enemy? The distance was too far, and she could do nothing. She could only press the headset and say, Mr. Stark, stop him. At the critical moment, Tony hurried to do it. Suddenly a voice sounded in his ear, Mr. Stark, leave him alone. Leave him alone. Tony was slightly stunned, not understanding why Sky said that. Could it be? This is the order of the king before he left. Sky explained. Tony understood. Although he didn't know why, since it was ordered by Director Wang, there must be a reason for it. He didn't want to be troubled by Director Wang in the future, because of stopping Thor. It's really troublesome. No one can stop Thor. You can stop a person from escaping, but it's hard to stop a person from dying. Even Captain America can't do it. Thor was exposed in front of the destroyer, staring at his flame-spraying visor, just like staring at Loki far away in Asgard through the armor. Brother, no matter what I have done to offend you, I feel extremely sorry, but the people of Earth are innocent. You will not gain anything by killing them. In the end, you will be forced to go to war with Earth, which will plunge the long peaceful 9 realms into war. Your throne will not be stable. A true king should not do this. Asgard. Loki, who was riding a warhorse and galloping towards the temple of Heimdall, suddenly looked at the waves under the rainbow bridge. The tip of the eternal spear emitted a burst of golden light. Following Thor's call, Loki saw everything through the destroyer, and a sneer suddenly appeared on his tense face. My stupid brother. What you are doing now? Why is it so likable? I thought I would never be able to kill you, so I could only destroy Jotunheim and completely cut off contact with the frost giants, so that I might be recognized by my father. But now it seems I still have to be the only prince of Asgard and the only heir to the throne. In addition, what qualifications do you have to teach me how to be a king? Kill me and put an end to it all, Thor said. Hearing this, the destroyer suddenly stopped. Even the flame beam was interrupted, the visor closed, and walked towards Thor. Captain America was stunned. Black Widow was stunned. Everyone was stunned. Did the destroyer stop? Is this really going to end with Thor's death? The destroyer stopped in front of Thor. The distance between the two was no more than 2 meters. Maybe Loki hesitated. The destroyer stood still, and the others did not dare to move. Any action could cause the destroyer to act excessively, and as long as he waved his arm, he could easily beat the mortal Thor to death, with comminuted fractures all over his body, and his oil and water separated. Now they can only pray. Pray that Loki will let Thor go, or kill Thor and leave the earth, and everyone will be safe. Thor smiled slightly. From the destroyer's hesitation, he saw hope. Sure enough, Loki still has me as his brother in his heart. This idea just came to an abrupt end. The destroyer waved his arms, and Thor flew dozens of meters away like a kite with a broken string. No. The 3 warriors exclaimed and rushed over to hug Thor. Tried his breathing. No. Tried his heartbeat. No. Tried his body temperature. Still there. But what's the use? Thor, our prince, the crown prince of Asgard, is dead. The whole place was silent. Thor is dead. This thought appeared in everyone's mind, and also in the minds of all leaders in the world. Ludin's voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears, with helplessness and determination. Stop all actions immediately. This is an order from the Security Council and the President. Chapter 297 The Return of Thundergod, Part 2. Stop. Captain America couldn't believe his ears. Our people died. Shouldn't we be more angry and more heroic to destroy the enemy, but stop the action? I don't understand this truth. Black Widow, who is used to filth and darkness, sighed. A living Thor is valuable, and a dead Thor is meaningless. A living Thor is a bargaining chip to use Asgard and form an alliance with Asgard, and a dead Thor can only prove the failure of the decision. In this situation, the decision of the upper level is of course to cease fire and reconsider the relationship with Loki. After all, in their view, Loki is already a stable king of Asgard and represents the most powerful force in the 9 realms. Even if such a force cannot become an ally of the earth, it should not become an enemy. This is the consideration of the upper level. As a subordinate, I can only obey. Black Widow suddenly felt confused. Am I really right to do this? Loki smiled slightly, but his smile was filled with a hint of loneliness, sadness, reluctance, and stubbornness. Brother, are you still dead? If you die, then die. I'm the son of Odin, and I will lead Asgard to glory. Rest in peace. Destroyer, come back. Ignore those frost giants. Let them fight the Majordians. Loki snorted and continued to run towards the temple of Heimdall. I'm not from SHIELD. I'm just a consultant. If you're unhappy, I can resign. Anyway, I'm used to protecting the world alone. Iron Man flew in front of the destroyer. Tony's bloody face showed a strong sneer. He raised his hands and pointed it at the destroyer. Come and go as you please. Alien, have you asked me? Jarvis, start Veronica immediately. Tony's voice had just fallen, and Jarvis' voice rang out. Sir, Veronica is not yet completed. If you force it to start now, there is a 30% risk of self-destruction. Even if it doesn't self-destruct, there are only 7 iron suits that have been designed, and they have not been fully assembled yet, and some parts are missing. According to calculations, if you force it to start, you will lose at least $3 billion or even $5 billion. Do I look like someone who cares about $5 billion? Tony interrupted. Jarvis. Start Veronica. A soft female voice followed. Veronica started successfully. Begin combat deployment. Deployment completed. Mark 2 started. Mark 3 started. Mark 16 started. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. More than a dozen modified Iron Man suits flew from the extremely high suborbital orbit, leaving perfect traces in the sky. Hurry up, faster. Tony was anxious. At the same time, another voice sounded. Destroyer, you are surrounded. Put down your weapons and surrender immediately. It was Fitz. Half of all the steel soldiers of Azeroth Industries who could still move were still wandering outside the battlefield to stop the frost giants who wanted to escape, and the other half flew around the destroyer with dark muzzles aimed at the destroyer's body. Every steel soldier's chest emitted a white light, and the arc pulse cannon was ready to fire at any time. Loki, you can't escape. Relying on the reaction force of the shockwave, Sky flew in front of the destroyer and raised his hands to aim at the destroyer. She calmed down and mobilized all her strength to try to sense the vibration of the destroyer, but found that she couldn't do it at all. It had a strong energy layer protection and a perfect shock absorption system. I'm still not strong enough. Sky sighed inwardly and turned to sense the vibration of the air around the destroyer, automatically downgrading from the main attack to the auxiliary, and shouted at the same time, Hulk. Smash it, and I promise to let you out 3 times a month. No, 10 times. The Hulk, who was tyrannizing the frost monster in the distance, heard Sky's words and pulled a pure smile at the corner of his mouth. You said it. He jumped 1,300 meters and shot at the destroyer like a cannonball. Captain America's heart was very rare, and there was a trace of confusion, and then anger. More than 60 years ago, our efforts brought world peace, but the world now does not seem as beautiful as we imagined. If everything can be judged by absolute interests, then what is the difference between humans and machines? This order, I will not obey. Captain America held Thor's hammer tightly and walked towards the destroyer. Mjolnir, Thor's hammer. If you want to avenge your master, then let's continue to fight side by side. Captain America made up his mind secretly, but he felt Thor's hammer trembling. It was resisting. It's not that it doesn't want to help me, but there is a more suitable master calling. Or thunderbolt suddenly sounded in the sky. Thor's hammer broke free from Captain America's right hand and flew up to the sky. It flew up to the clouds, passing through countless thunder and lightning, absorbing the energy of thousands of lightning in the spotlight, and then turned into a stream of light and fell. Quick, get out of the way. Hogan, one of the 3 warriors, suddenly shouted. Ah, why? The bearded Valstag couldn't figure out the situation. He's waking up. Fandral also reacted and pulled Valstag away with Hogan. Thor's hammer fell from the sky, carrying a thick and bright lightning beam with a diameter of more than 10 meters, and was about to hit Thor. At this moment, Thor opened his eyes, raised his right hand, holding the hammer. Asgard. A tear fell from the corner of the sleeping Odin's eye, and Loki, who was running, suddenly looked back. The destroyer, who was about to leave, stopped. Everyone's eyes were attracted at the same time. In the continuous lightning beams, a set of silver armor appeared from nothingness, starting from the feet, and quickly climbed up along the calves, until it covered the whole body. A red cloak appeared, representing the recognition of Asgard. Odin's seal was completely lifted. The rich Asgard power once again poured into Thor's body, surpassing Loki in an instant, and reaching the demigod level. Thor stood up. Thor, it's Thor. Volstagg slapped his chest with an axe and shouted. Fandral showed a golden smile on his face. Hogan pulled the corner of his mouth slightly. Tony frowned slightly, wondering why another one came to steal the limelight. Veronica's voice rang in his ears. Sir, due to lightning interference, 7 suits are affected. The flight stability system is paralyzed and will fall within 20 seconds. The estimated loss is $3 billion. The expression on Tony's face gradually solidified. He waved his hand. Humph, I don't care. Remembering his boss's instructions, Fitz ordered all the Iron Soldiers to stay away from Thor in advance to prevent being disturbed by lightning. Captain America looked at his empty right hand, and a sense of loss came over him. Looking at the vibranium shield in his left hand, he felt satisfied again. It's great to have you. Whoosh. Thor's hammer hit the destroyer with the energy of thousands of lightning at a speed of more than Mach 10, and then returned to Thor's hand. The lightning beam disappeared, and Thor appeared in front of everyone. Asgard. Looking at the destroyer flying backwards, Loki's face was first surprised, then fearful, and finally sneered. So what if you picked up Thor's hammer? Can you still beat the current destroyer? Loki sneered and ordered, "Destroyer, kill him." Hearing the master's order, the destroyer got up from the ground and walked towards Thor step by step. The breath of destruction emanated from its body, and then it quickly weakened. Soon it weakened to the extreme. The 2.0 version of the destroyer fell to the 1.0 form. This is impossible. Feeling the destroyer getting weaker and weaker, Loki pursed his lips and suddenly understood something. It was Odin. He made the destroyer weaker. Is this the road you paved for Thor, so that he can use the glory of defeating the destroyer to gain more support and become the king of Asgard? Power and glory, blood, and thunder. You did so much, just to let Thor have all this? No, no, no. Father, I will definitely prove to you that I'm stronger than Thor. I'm more suitable to be a king than him. Loki looked up and looked forward. Heimdall Temple finally arrived. Chapter 298 Thor's Highlight Moment, Part 3. Haha, come up with me, Destroyer. Thor, who had been feeling a little tricky, laughed out loud when he felt the power of the destroyer was getting weaker and weaker. With his intelligence, he couldn't figure out why for a while, but it didn't matter. He swung the hammer, and the hammerhead spun at high speed like a windmill. The whirlwind shadowless hand that he had practiced for more than 1,000 years finally ushered in the highlight moment in the attention of the public. This is the real unity of man and hammer. After more than 1,000 years of day and night rubbing, Thor's hammer has long been polished out of patina. Its spirituality has been constantly improving and changing from Odin to Hela to Thor, and finally perfectly matched with Thor. Only Thor can exert the full power of Thor's hammer. The wind rose, and then it turned into a storm. The thunder sounded, and then it turned into a thunder prison. The huge tornado rolled Thor into the sky, and also rolled the destroyer into the sky. Even the damaged steel soldiers, the bodies of the frost giants, and the frost giants who had no time to escape, were rolled into the sky. The autumn wind swept the fallen leaves, and the strong wind swept away everything. The people who were still alive fled the scene, and the vast yellow earth was so clean. Countless lightning struck in the sky, and the frost giants died one by one in wailing, and turned into ashes in death. The smell of barbecue was everywhere. The shield agents hiding outside the battlefield used monitoring equipment to faithfully record everything, their hearts pounding, not excitement but fear. If I was not careful, the equipment worth tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands would be destroyed. But what if I was struck to death? The bigwigs of various countries sitting in front of the screen were stunned. It is hard to imagine that there are really people who can create natural disasters on their own. Such a scene can be compared with an atomic bomb explosion. Thor is a real human nuclear bomb. His threat is 10 times greater than that of the Hulk and the Abomination combined. No matter how powerful the Hulk is, he can only destroy with punches and kicks, with limited speed and can't fly. But Thor can summon lightning and easily destroy the modern civilization system. He can destroy space stations, satellites and airplanes, power systems and communication systems, paralyze all electromagnetic equipment, and make human civilization regress 100 years overnight. Modern society is a technological society. People rely more and more on technology and have more and more confidence in technology. The legendary story of moving mountains and filling the sea can be realized by high technology. But when myths really come from ancient times, when the legendary gods come to the front, people feel a strong sense of powerlessness in their hearts and even want to worship, just like their ancestors did hundreds of years ago. To be able to sit in the current position, each of them has a strong psychological quality, and they will not change their color when Mount Tay collapses in front of them. But the scene in front of them is more shocking than the collapse of Mount Tay. So they were inexplicably shocked and speechless for a long time. Everything that happened today is challenging their three views. The whole world's understanding of the universe and mythology may also change accordingly. The high-powered telescope provided by Stark Industries can clearly capture everything that is happening in the sky. Thick lightning keeps appearing, and dazzling flames are constantly chasing. All the lightning was attracted by Thor's hammer and struck it. Thor's hammer became brighter and brighter until it turned into the moon. It was even 100 times brighter than the full moon on the 15th, so that no one dared to look directly at it, as it would blind them if they were not careful. Of course, Tony was not among them. The screen embedded in the high-tech visor was the best goggles, allowing him to see everything above clearly. Jarvis' voice also kept ringing. "Sir, the energy intensity has been rising, and the power is equivalent to 13,000 tons of TNT, which is equivalent to the little boy dropped in Hiroshima, Japan during World War II. It has now jumped to 3 times, 5 times, and 10 times that of the little boy. The energy intensity is still rising, and the endurance of Thor's hammer and Thor is far from reaching the limit. Sir, most of the suits have been safely evacuated. Veronica is not affected because she is in the suborbital orbit, but there are still 3 other suits that were affected by lightning, and your losses have increased by 1.3 billion. Sir, one of your factories 30 kilometers away was struck by lightning. Because of the early retreat, there were no casualties, but all electromagnetic equipment was scrapped, and the estimated loss was 300 million. Sir, no one will think you are dumb if you don't speak." Tony was very annoyed. He suddenly felt that the anti-destroyer armor and the anti-Hulk armor were not important at all. No matter. When this matter is over today, I will immediately study the anti-Thor armor. Isn't it just thunder? The gold titanium alloy armor can't withstand it. Do you believe I can make a full vibranium one? Every steel soldier has the same scanning and analysis capabilities. Similar voices rang in the ears of the boiled egg, the President of the United States, and leaders of various countries. One person's attack was 10 times, even dozens or hundreds of times more powerful than that of the little boy. Is this what Director Wang said? Planetary level combat power. Although planetary level does not mean that planets or even stars can be easily destroyed, as long as there is enough time, it is not difficult to destroy the surface of the Earth, and it is also possible to blast the continental shelf, and even destroy the core of the Earth and tear the Earth into pieces. If such an existence is the enemy of the Earth, how should it be dealt with? The second stage of the cosmic cube, is it really enough? Maybe we should prepare for the third stage immediately? It's time to end, my brother. After charging, Thor stopped spinning and fell from the sky with a hammer. The heavy hammer made of the remains of the star collided with the destroyer's visor. The burning flames and the dazzling lightning merged into a huge ball of fire and electricity with a diameter of more than 100 meters. The constantly ejected flames and the constantly agitated lightning made the people on the ground 10,000 meters away feel unprecedented shock. Boom. 2 nuclear bomb level energy bodies caused the air to vibrate, forming waves of sonic booms. The terrifying shock wave swept everything, spreading outward at an initial speed of hundreds of thousands of meters per second. The supersonic wind and shock wave, which were dozens of times faster than a level 12 typhoon, would spread hundreds of kilometers within 10 minutes. Even if they were hundreds of kilometers away, they could clearly see the burning fireball. In the eyes of the people in New Mexico, half of the sky was burning. Boom. The destroyer fell from the sky. The splashed smoke and dust were blown away by the wind, and Thor fell from the sky and appeared in front of everyone again. Thor. Volstagg was the first to throw himself into Thor's arms, so excited. Odin, you are still alive. He touched Thor's body with his long hairy hands and made sure that his good brother was not injured. Then he let go and stepped back, knelt on one knee and posed, with a sincere attitude, "May Asgard be with you, my prince." Fandral and Hagen also knelt down quickly. Get up, get up." Thor quickly helped the 3 warriors up, then looked up at the sky. "We must rush to the Rainbow Bridge immediately. I want to talk to my brother. You just need to call Heimdall." Volstagg was excited. "Thor, you have passed Odin's test. You will definitely become a great king." "I'm still far from being a king. I still have a lot to learn from my father. Being exiled, abandoned, betrayed, and hunted by his brothers, seeing Sif being taken away by his good brothers, and calling Heimdall, but getting no response. All of this made Thor mature. He began to rethink his life and position himself. In the end, he found that he was really not suitable to be the king of Asgard, at least not now. Some things should be resolved. Heimdall will definitely respond to your call, just like he responded to Director Wang's call just now." Fandral said. Thor nodded. He figured it out. Heimdall did not respond to his call before because he had not passed Odin's test and was not allowed. It should be okay now. As for why my brother Wang can do it, can I not think about it for the time being? Heimdall. He held up his hammer and looked up at the sky, opened the rainbow bridge immediately. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. No response. Thor called again. Still no response. So I was abandoned again. Sky's mouth twitched slightly. Tony couldn't help laughing. Captain America didn't know what to say and turned his head away. Black Widow lowered her head and her shoulders kept shaking. Hawkeye laughed so hard that his cheeks hurt. Snap. A green slap slapped Thor away and the Hulk appeared. Hulk, smash it. A pair of green eyes stared at Thor, furious. Sky wanted to cover his face. What happened? I just promised Hulk that, as long as he smashed the destroyer, he would be allowed to come out 10 times a month. Then the destroyer was smashed by Thor. For Hulk, the destroyer is a toy that can be exchanged for candy. No, for freedom. Now that the toy has been smashed, how can he not be angry? Now, there's something interesting to watch. She glanced around silently and said softly, Fitz, quickly get the Iron Soldiers to take the remains of the destroyer. Yes, now, there are still many frost giants that haven't been destroyed. Isn't this a bad idea? Fitz hesitated. Yes, it's a bit bad. Sky nodded. First, get the destroyer into the Quinjet, and when the war is over, transport it away with the corpses of all the frost giants and frost beasts. Chapter 299. The Wrath of Ragnaros. The destroyer was destroyed. Loki, who finally arrived at the Temple of Heimdall, felt very upset and snorted heavily. What's the point of destroying a destroyer? What I want to destroy is the entire Jotunheim. In more than 1,000 years, how many enemies has Thor killed? 1,000? 2,000? 10,000? And I can destroy millions of frost giants with just one move. Father, mother, people of Asgard, the moment to witness the glory has come. The era of Loki, the god of trickery, is coming. Loki walked into the temple and came to the center. He took a deep breath, raised the eternal spear with both hands, and pointed the tip of the spear at the deep hole in the center of the base. Inserted hard. Feeling the temperature of his skin constantly decreasing, Lao Wang couldn't help but sigh. The icebox should not have appeared in the script. After killing Laufey, it had completed its mission, and was completely forgotten by the screenwriter. In the end, it still appeared. The reason is actually very simple. Loki is a fickle god. He and Thor have loved and killed each other for 1,000 years, and they have deep feelings for each other. Sometimes he wanted Thor to die, but sometimes he couldn't bear it. Throughout the Marvel universe, he can probably be regarded as the most complicated person. Loki's mood is like the weather in June, changing at any time, and basically unpredictable. So he sent the destroyer to Earth to hunt down Thor, but after Thor returned, he was unwilling to use the icebox because he knew that the icebox was too powerful and could kill Thor if he was not careful. And at that time, he didn't want Thor to die. But now, the opponent is not Thor, but himself. It's the enemy. What else is there to worry about? From the Thor trilogy to the Avengers, and then to the Infinity War, Loki's strength has steadily declined, and the current Loki is the strongest Loki. He has the Eternal Spear with all permissions. He has the Icebox that can only be used with the power of blood. He also has the endless support of Asgard's divine power. If time drags on too long, he can even mobilize Asgard's army in the name of foreign invasion. This is Loki's home court. So, this is the most difficult battle. Sif's body temperature continued to drop and would soon reach freezing point. Her consciousness began to disintegrate. The entire set of artifacts enchanted by Odin himself could not withstand the power of the icebox. Even her body temperature was slowly dropping. The high level power could not even resist Shalao's power. Although the two were roughly at the same level, there was still some gap. The gap between high level demigods and ordinary demigods. This is a gap in quality and a gap in quantity. The frost power released by the icebox in one attack is even greater than the total of 10,000 frost giants. It is equivalent to 10,000 frost giants casting spells at the same time and imprisoning themselves with frost spells. A body that barely reaches the level of a Grandmaster is not stronger than an ancient red dragon, and the power of the icebox is obviously greater than the Death Knight's artifact, Frostmourne. This scene reminded Lao Wang of the battle between him and the filial son of Lordaeron, Lich King Arthas, on the Frozen Throne. Frostmourne condensed the extreme cold of Northrend in the Arctic, trying to imprison him forever. But he relied on the flesh and true energy of the Grandmaster to force a breakthrough. Then he summoned the elemental wrath of the original Azeroth with the wind-walking artifact Fist of the Heavens, summoned the wrath of the Brewmaster with the Brewmaster artifact Fuzan Friend of the Wanderer, and combined with the countless souls devoured by Frostmourne to shatter it. Send Arthas on his way. The current situation is not more dangerous than it was then, at least for him. As for Sif, don't be afraid, I'm here. The gentle voice came into Sif's ears, awakening the soul that was almost silent forever. The green true energy was injected into her body, dispelling the endless cold, and Sif felt warm. From the 12th month of the year to the warm spring, she slowly woke up in an increasingly comfortable feeling. From body to soul, she was wrapped in Lao Wang. Sif, who had always been strong, understood for the first time what happiness was, what it meant to be wrapped and protected. Ever since Loki's prank, that day turned her blonde hair into black hair, she vowed to become strong. So strong that no one could ignore her existence or her thoughts. She had put herself in the most dangerous battlefield countless times, but she never thought of relying on anyone to save her, including Thor. After thousands of years of fighting, she targeted the long-lost Valkyrie. Although Valhalla no longer exists, in the eyes of everyone in Asgard, she is the first female general who is closest to the Valkyrie and even as good as the Valkyrie. She has been recognized by Odin and appreciated by Frigga. But now, thousands of years of strength were broken by the icebox. A strong woman needs a stronger man to hold her tightly. It turns out that being saved and protected feels so good. Women should be weak sometimes. Only in this way can women get happiness. But how can we get out? Don't worry. Lao Wang said softly, I have experience in being frozen. The soft voice sounded at the soul level, and Sif wanted to blink. Strange. Why do you have the experience of being frozen? Even if you have experience, that is the icebox. According to what you said, Loki has the blood of Frost King Laufey flowing in his body. The power of the icebox in his hands is 10 times more powerful than the Spear of Eternity. Although you have been protecting me with your life and soul, even you cannot resist the erosion of the icebox. I can feel your body temperature dropping. We may die here together in the next moment. What can you do? The old king smiled slightly. My body and true energy are not as good as the Battle of the Frozen Throne in my previous life, but this is not the Arctic Northrend, nor is it the Jotunheim of the Frost Giants. Even the icebox has been taken away by Loki. The power of Asgard is constantly trying to invade from the outside world, consuming the frost power that cannot be replenished. The seemingly hard ice layer is actually far inferior to Arthas's skills. So, what is there to worry about? The natural enemy of ice is fire. The old king whispered, if you want to melt the ice, of course you have to use fire. Fire? Where did the fire come from? Sif didn't understand. She was about to say something when she suddenly felt warm. The next moment, she heard a voice, a thick, fiery voice that seemed to come from the magma layer of ancient times, with the smell of underground fire. Let the fire purify everything. Who is this? Whose voice? Why did just hearing the voice make me feel my soul tremble, as if I was facing a powerful existence like the father of the gods? Sif didn't know. She didn't know what happened at all. But someone knew. The sleeping Odin soul throbbed. The passage connecting to another universe has appeared again. What is that? A being as powerful as Surtur. He holds a hammer in his hand. A hammer that is almost as powerful as Mjolnir. Is the flame burning on that warhammer the eternal fire? No, it's not. That is a wilder and more primitive flame. The primordial fire at the beginning of the world. Odin's heart, which had been worn away by thousands of years of ups and downs, suddenly became turbulent. This generation of immortal Iron Fists can actually summon power that is not weaker than mine? The Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One is not his backer at all. Why does a person like him need a backer? Lao Wang and Sif hugged each other and were frozen by Loki. A huge warhammer suddenly appeared above the thick ice coffin. It was Sophros, Hand of Ragnaros the Fire Lord from World of Warcraft. the weapon of Ragnaros, the lord of fire element. The warhammer flew out from the other end of time and space and hit the ice coffin hard. Tiny cracks appeared. At first there was only one, then the second and the third. In less than 3 seconds, hundreds of cracks appeared on the ice coffin. Then, the ice coffin was broken. The Fire Lord's hammer disappeared, and then the space-time channel disappeared. Lao Wang finally got out of trouble. Sif fell into Lao Wang's arms and twitched uncontrollably. The cold was still there, and even her strong physique could not bear it, and her soul was extremely weak. In addition, didn't you say that you should use fire to melt the ice? How did it become a hammer? The ice coffin was broken, and she was frozen, and could not be unscathed. Although she was protected by Lao Wang's true key, she was seriously injured. Don't worry, I'm here. Lao Wang smiled, and the green soothing mist filled Sif's body. Sif felt so warm, and her injured skin and internal organs seemed to be bitten by 10,000 ants, so itchy. However, the itching only lasted for a few seconds, and then disappeared completely. A crystal bottle was handed to Sif. Drink it, Lao Wang said. Sif hesitated for a second. Director Wang, you just drank it, and there is still some unknown liquid left at the mouth of the bottle. This is not good. Just as she was about to say something, Sif's face suddenly changed. Lao Wang sensed the energy fluctuations in the distance earlier than her, and his face was normal. Sure enough, what should happen still happened. They turned their heads at the same time, and looked at the end of the Rainbow Bridge, the Heimdall Temple. The golden sphere on the top of the temple kept rotating under the urging of the Rainbow Bridge, and the tip of the top was pointed in a certain direction. A colorful light emanated from the tip, and turned into a thicker and thicker light column. Then, in an incredible space jump, less than 10 seconds later, it hit another planet that was unknown how many light years away. An eternally cold and dead planet. The reflection of the planet appeared in the sky, and even the buildings on it could be clearly seen. The beam of light hit the surface of the planet. All buildings were destroyed, and even the planet itself began to tremble. That's Jotunheim, Sif screamed. The old king remained silent. The power of the Rainbow Bridge poured towards Jotunheim, and the power of Jotunheim also came to Asgard in a retrograde way. The frost power, which was even more powerful than before, turned into ice and spread in the Heimdall Temple, and soon froze the entire Heimdall. What a powerful energy. The old king muttered to himself, his eyes shining. The power that can destroy a planet is far stronger than the destroyer. Even in World of Warcraft, such artifacts are rare. I don't know how it compares to the focusing iris. It makes sense that Odin is unwilling to use the Rainbow Bridge to attack Heimdall or other worlds. Kindness in his later years is one aspect. Although Jotunheim is not protected by the 3 great temples like Earth, and cannot withstand the long-range attack of the Rainbow Bridge, its own strength cannot be underestimated. The Rainbow Bridge can certainly destroy Jotunheim, but Jotunheim's counterattack will definitely hit Asgard hard. This is a double-edged sword. Stay here. As soon as Lao Wang finished speaking, he disappeared. Chapter 300. Who said I can't stop you? 5th update 14,500. Please subscribe. The familiar frost power spread out from the temple base and the Spear of Eternity, turning into ice and growing upwards, and soon turned into a small tree carved from ice. A tree that Asgards and Norse mythology experts are extremely familiar with, the World Tree. Of course, there is no real World Tree in this world. The so-called World Tree is actually a channel connecting the 9 realms. All the channels are connected together, and it looks like a tree. The 9 realms are located in 9 locations on the tree. The Earth is the center of the World Tree, located in the center of the trunk. Helm is located at the root of the tree. Asgard is located in the crown of the tree. Muspelheim of the Fire Giants and Jotunheim of the Frost Giants are located at the 2 ends of the Earth. At this moment, the power of the Rainbow Bridge continues to pour towards Jotunheim, and the frost power of Jotunheim continues to spread through the World Tree, eventually forming the current picture. The impact is not limited to Asgard and Jotunheim, but the entire 9 realms. Helm, the god of death Hela, who was sealed by Odin's power, suddenly woke up from her eternal sleep. Her slender fingers slid across the spreading ice, feeling the biting cold that was different from the underworld. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and there was also a hint of doubt. The frost power of Jotunheim. Asgard and Jotunheim have gone to war. Hasn't Odin given up the war and wanted to rule the 9 realms with kindness instead of power? Why would he go to war with Jotunheim again and use the power of the Rainbow Bridge in such a way that both sides would suffer losses? Could it be this war was not started by Odin, but by his son, my good brother, Thor or Loki? Muspelheim. Surtur sat on the throne of fire. His body, which was originally as huge as a mountain, became weak and only slightly larger than an ordinary human, because the eternal fire was taken away by Odin. Fire is the nemesis of ice. This is the world of fire. The frost power of Jotunheim had no way of invading Muspelheim. It just fought with the flames in midair, forming a clear boundary, thus bringing unprecedented rainfall to Muspelheim. However, the raindrops were evaporated by the high temperature of several hundred degrees before they fell to the ground. The power of the Rainbow Bridge. Asgard and Jotunheim have started a war. The stability of the world tree has been destroyed. Odin's sleep is longer than any time before. Ragnarok is not far away. Nidavellir, the dwarf king Etri, who was forging iron, was slightly stunned with his big head. Looking at the ice layer that was spreading in the outer vacuum, he threw the hammer in his hand aside, sat on the ground, and was worried. The 9 realms are becoming more and more unstable. If Odin really dies, who will protect the dwarves? Don't look at our size, we don't know how to fight. Earth. Looking at the dark clouds in the sky, and feeling the frost power blocked by the 3 holy temples, Baron Mordo said to himself, what happened in Jotunheim? The frost power is spreading throughout the world tree. Could it be the power of the Rainbow Bridge? The space-time system of the world tree is being destroyed. The 1000-year peace of the 9 realms is coming to an end. The new librarian Wang walked to Mordo, frowning. The turmoil of the world tree has caused the instability of the 3 holy temples. The rulers of the multiverse are ready to move, and a large number of weak dark creatures have drilled in through the cracks in the barrier. The supreme sorcerer went to the dark dimension to deter Dormammu. Those dark creatures can only be left to us. Asgard. It's so beautiful. Looking at the world tree that is getting taller and taller, Loki's eyes are shining. It's beautiful, but it's a pity that beautiful things often represent absolute danger. A voice came, and the old king appeared from the void. Immortal Iron Fist. Loki turned around suddenly, the eternal spear appeared in his left hand, and the icebox appeared in his right hand, constantly absorbing the frost power. Feeling the surging energy of the 2 high-level artifacts, he was determined in his heart. Loki stared at Lao Wang with a sinister face. It seems that I underestimated you. You can survive the ice of the icebox, but it doesn't matter. You can escape the first time, but not the second time. He looked proud. The power of Jotunheim has penetrated into Asgard. With the icebox, I can mobilize the power of the entire Jotunheim. I have the power of 2 of the 9 realms. How can you compare? As long as I want, I can even destroy the other 8 worlds outside Asgard. Lao Wang smiled slightly. Strong power often makes a person arrogant and ignores other aspects. Even if you master the nuclear code, an ignorant bear child is still a bear child. It is not easy to deal with him. The dual power of Jotunheim and Asgard is stirring in this small temple, so that the soul body dual division and transfer can only be used outside and cannot be entered. But even if he mastered this power, Loki would not use it. He knows nothing. External force is always just external force, and the real power comes from oneself. A good blacksmith must have strong tools himself. Loki's weak body is simply unable to mobilize the full power of the 2 high-level artifacts, not to mention that the energy fluctuations of the Eternal Spear are obviously much weaker than before, and Odin has taken back the authority. In addition to the ability of opening the Rainbow Bridge that does not require authority, the current Eternal Spear is just an ordinary spear that is harder than Thor's hammer and vibranium shield. For Loki, who is not good at fighting, it is meaningless. His real reliance is still the icebox. No matter how smart Loki is, no matter how cunning he is, he has never been on the battlefield. He does not understand fighting at all. So, what is there to be afraid of? First, I never thought of competing with you in strength. Only those who know nothing about strength can only see the amount of strength, but not the essence of strength. Second, you underestimate the 9 realms. The earth alone is not something that the Rainbow Bridge can deal with. Don't forget that the earth is the center of the 9 realms. What you did is just a small fight in the eyes of many people. Third, before the word 3 was finished, Lao Wang suddenly retreated a few hundred meters, and the hand of sulphurous Ragnaros appeared in the air again, smashing down on the rainbow bridge. Boom. This was a blow from the molten core, containing some of the power of Ragnaros, the Fire Lord. Although it was far less than 1/10 of the peak moment, it was already difficult for the rainbow bridge, which was not particularly hard, to withstand. Swish. A crack appeared. Odin's heart trembled violently. The fire hammer fell again, and several more cracks appeared. Odin's heart trembled again and again. The fire hammer kept falling like forging iron. Odin thought to himself, Loki, if you don't take action again, I have to open my eyes. No. Seeing the old king's actions, Loki was really panicked. Destroying the rainbow bridge can stop everything, and the final result will be a burden that Asgard cannot bear. Once the rainbow bridge is lost, Asgard will lose the channel for free passage in the 9 realms, lose the advantage of active attack, and even Asgard itself will be damaged. And as the one who caused all this, he will completely lose the trust of his father and the possibility of becoming the king of Asgard. Damn it. Where did that hammer come from, and where did the hand holding the hammer get so much strength? You die. Loki put away the eternal spear, and held the icebox tightly with both hands. The frost power that was more terrifying than before locked the old king, and hit him in less than 1 microsecond. The hammer of the fire demon disappeared, and the space-time channel disappeared. The old king was frozen again, and the eternal ice coffin was harder than before. Loki was worried and continued to activate the icebox to reinforce the ice coffin. Suddenly, a smiling voice sounded in his ears. Do you really think I dare to destroy the rainbow bridge at the risk of being killed by Odin? Loki's heart tightened. Damn. Why is it that guy's voice again? Wasn't he frozen? Who did I freeze? The old king in the ice coffin suddenly disappeared, and one hand hit Loki's back. Loki felt pain and the icebox dropped from his hand. The other hand suddenly grabbed the icebox. The next moment, the icebox disappeared. Puff. Flying directly 100 meters away, Loki got up from the ground and stared at the old king with a gloomy face. Illusion? I, Loki, the god of trickery, the top 5 wizards in the 9 realms, the master of illusion second only to my mother Frigga. I was actually fooled by an idiot who doesn't understand magic with illusion. The afterimage of Medivh, the invisibility of Egwin. The mother and son's magicians are superior to the supreme mage. Not to mention you, even Odin didn't notice it, right? Feeling Odin's unhappy mental fluctuations, Lao Wang didn't feel bad, even if he spent a full gram of Azeroth's blood. I'm really happy to make Odin unhappy. Great, really great. Loki sneered, but you can't stop me. You can't stop the destruction of Jotunheim. And, you are about to die. The power of the icebox is not something you can bear. He knows the icebox better than anyone else. This high-level artifact from Jotunheim, except for the frost giants, only in existence like Odin can pick it up unscrupulously and resist the continuous erosion of the frost power. Although it was only picked up for a moment, a large amount of frost power still invaded the body of that bastard. He is dead. Third, in fact, I have never been afraid of any frost power. I was just fooling you before. A large amount of water element precipitated from the body and turned into another Lao Wang. The water element clone, Lao Wang, the spirit of flowing water. The spirit of flowing water stretched out his hand and all the frost power entered the body of the spirit of flowing water, freezing the water flow and turning it into an extremely cold ghost that manipulates frost. Playing with the icebox in his hand, the extremely cold ghost smiled coldly. Fourth, who said I can't stop you? A man in golden armor suddenly appeared in the temple. He drew the magic sword from the void and inserted it into the base. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.